I do not know what is wrong with this freaking humming noise, bro. It's buzz. I think it's something to do with my HDMI cables. Something to do with my HDMI cables. I don't hear it in my headphones. It's just on the live stream. I don't hear it in my headphones. It's just on the live stream.
Supplies are not in a good spot. Supplies are not in a good spot. We have all 7 Dragon Balls. We just have to link up properly. We have all 7 Dragon Balls. We just have to link up properly. I'm gonna try to fix this humming after. I have no idea what is wrong. And the Sky Who had the Dragon Balls sold. I have no idea what is wrong. Sky Who had the Dragon Balls sold. I have no idea what is wrong. Sky Who had the Dragon Balls sold. How does Soul even know where this man is? We were just at the time machine. How does Soul even know where this man is? We were just at the time machine. I think he took the last ball. Soul even know where this man is. We were just at the time machine. I think he took the last ball. Alright, man, hurry up. Why are you dropping me the balls? You're dropping me the balls. Are we getting stream sniped? First match? Getting stream sniped? First match? I think that buzz noise went away. Nope, still there.
That buzz noise went away.
I don't know how to fix it, guys. Things to do with this HDMI cables.
Fix it, guys. Let's do with this HDMI cables. Fix it, guys.
With a level of intent that seems to counteract every known force, including our own, in having to break through it, with Angel Cuss chiming in, and we are absolutely sure that this was done by the hands of these Dark Masters from within the Demon Realm after gathering and using the Super Dragon Balls, correct? And where exactly is the Grand Minister at the moment, because I am unable to sense his essence no matter where it is that I turn, with Vados responding, that is correct, for this was all done by the hands of those Dark Masters, but while we don't know as to what happened to the Grand Minister or where he could be, we still must go about by having to try and locate the Super Dragon Balls along with the Dark Masters before it is too late, with Whis having to then respond, well, I'm afraid to say that if we cannot go and find a solution to try and bypass the barrier in time, then the very balance of the entire multiverse itself may end up falling within their control, Whis says. And while those Dark Masters are slowly advancing their plans by using the Super Dragon Balls within a realm that we cannot yet detect on our own, and if we only continue to go and delay this matter any further, then we will only run the risk in allowing for a force like Raijin to become an even greater threat to us than Myrna was if we don't go and find a way to stop those Dark Masters from using the Super Dragon Balls in time, which to only go and make matters worse, if we remain unable to go and reach the Omni Kings and restore that balance in time, Whis continues, then their sinisterly ultimate and evil plans will proceed until the very end, as a worried Vados went on to then chime back in, but how are we to know on which realm they are all currently inside of by using those Super Dragon Balls if we cannot sense the Dragon Ball's magic, since the realm that they are all hiding inside of appears to be masking their life energy, along with the magic that the Super Dragon Balls are able to emit, and if we don't quite know on which time chamber they are all currently hiding within, then where should we go and start looking if we want to go and find them, with Whis responding, well, although it won't be easy, we'll simply have to go and quickly try to scout them all in hopes that we will go and find the exact location of the one in which they are all currently hiding within, and so we must still go and try, Whis says, for they cannot simply go and think that they can remain hidden and hide within the shadows forever, and so we have to go and search, with Angel Martini having to then chime in, and what about our residing universes that are left unattended while we go and search for these so-called Dark Masters, as we can't just go and leave them empty without having to help oversee them in case each of our gods of destruction are to somehow fail to stop whatever may be knocking on their front door. Yes, for I also agree, Angel Mojito went on to then chime in, and what's even more troublesome about this entire situation is that there is no telling on how much time we will end up wasting in having to search for these creatures, which only leaves our universes open for an attack in case we are not there to help oversee them, with Vados having to then respond, well, she's right, Whis, for we cannot hope to waste all of our time here just by searching if it means having to leave our universes open for an attack, and so what do you propose that we should go and do, with Whis responding, well, let us go and try and see if we can search where we can into seeing what other realms and worlds those Dark Masters could be hiding within, so that way we may go and have a better understanding as to where to look and where not to look, since all we can really do is search for them within the moment while that barrier remains, with Angel Cognac having to then respond, then we should try and take this time to go search far and wide, since time really isn't something that we have on our hands here, and so because of this we should go and combine our search in hopes of expanding our reach, wouldn't you agree, with Angel Margarita responding, well then if that's the case, then we should go and try to take the little time that we have here to search as far as we can for any energy signature that we can detect, in hoping to find the realm in which they are using to hide within, and so that way we can only hope that our combined efforts in having to search for those Dragon Balls end up paying off, with Angel Corn having to then chime in, so shall we go and see what we can find while we attempt to skim through the vast multitude of realms and dimensions now then, with Cuss having to then chime in, well, ultimately it's worth a shot, and so now let us all go and hone in on where they could possibly be while we can, because if we don't at least stop to try to find out as to where they are, then this could ultimately backfire on us all later on if we don't go and end up taking action now. Right, and so now then Whis responds upon having to see all 12 angels point their staffs in the middle by having to search every single realm together as they did. Then let us now go and look and see what we can find, because while it is still very important for us to pinpoint the exact whereabouts of where those Dark Masters are keeping those Super Dragon Balls, the quicker we are able to go and trace their energy source, then the faster the chances will be in having to stop them from using them before it's too late, with Vados having to then chime back in. And then to even think that these demons had gone as far as to not only gather but use the Super Dragon Balls the way they did is not only concerning and having me wonder on what else they intend on using them for, but it is also very urgent that we make sure to stop them beforehand before they are able to use them again, with Whis having to then chime back in. We'll just keep searching, fellow angels, and if you just so happen to stumble upon any known signature that traces back to the Super Dragon Balls, Whis continues, then that will more than likely be the dimension that they are all hiding within, but so far I don't appear to be seeing anything on my end, with Vados chiming back in. Well, neither do I, but with so many dimensions and so many realms that are made available in exploring, we'll just have to go and be very careful to not overlook any of them while we're searching, for even the slightest inclination can be served within our favor, as Angel Cuss went on to then respond. Well, so far I don't appear to sense or see anything on my end either, and with so many realms and dimensions for us to go and look into, the Super Dragon Balls along with those Dark Masters could be hiding anywhere, but just keep looking, fellow angels, with Margarita having to then respond. And if we only just had a little bit more time in expanding our search, then I have no doubt that we would have been able to find them, but since we aren't in any position to wait any longer, it unfortunately doesn't appear as though that I am able to go and find them on my end either, with Angel Cognac having to then respond, and the same can be said for me as well. And if we cannot go and find a way to locate the Grand Minister and free the Omni Kings from their captivity, then I can only go and imagine as to the horrors that will wait if they are no longer around to help aid us during this entire ordeal. As Angel Cocktail went on to then respond, well, I don't appear to be getting anything on my end here either, which likely means that those Dark Masters are using some kind of an energy masking technique that is preventing themselves and the Super Dragon Balls from being located. But then, it was only just within that very moment, as all 12 angels had come across a very unknown and strange energy signature, was when Vados went on to then quickly respond, hey, wait a second now, hold on, did the rest of you just go and feel what I just felt? That sudden but yet very faint surge of energy just now. Or did you happen to also go and feel that too, Whis? With Whis responding, I did, and from what it was that I had just sensed, would only seem as though there is something that is beginning to faintly echo throughout the multiverse, which only now leaves me to believe that the Dark Masters must have likely started to go and use the Super Dragon Balls once more to go and make another wish, but it is almost impossible for me to go and trace the source on where this echo had just came from, with Angel Kapari then having to respond, well, whatever that was is gone by now, but to attempt to try and trace it back to a source almost seems impossible with the way this energy surge had passed us by. But what say you, Sour? Well, I in fact second this notion, Angel Sour went on to then respond, which only now raises that many more concerns about our universes if we don't do something and return to them in time. For I couldn't go and agree more, Angel Margarita went on to then chime in, as something's wrong, and while we can't seem to trace on where that surge of energy was just shown having to come from, as our universes remain open without having us stand by them, we only further run the risk in having all of them be destroyed if we don't go and take some kind of an action now. Oh, and while I unfortunately have to agree with the idea that we will have to go and cut our search off short in looking for them, Angel Cuss went on to then respond, and it would only be best if we go and stand guard in defending our universes before we are to allow for something to go and happen to them in the meantime, with Whis responding, and while I also hereby sense a strong disturbance that is starting to echo throughout the multiverse, I am hereby left with no other choice, since we cannot seem to locate the Dragon Balls on our own, for I would only now be left with one other choice, and that is to go and seek out their creator Zalama for answers, since he in fact may be our very last hope in finding the Super Dragon Balls, Whis says, and especially since he was the one who had originally created them for Grand Zeno to go and use, as I would have no doubt that if there is anyone who can help grant us the knowledge that we need to shatter this barrier and reclaim the Super Dragon Balls, then it's no doubt going to be the creator Zalama who can. And so while I volunteer to undertake this journey to locate Zalama and seek out his wisdom alone, Whis continues, the rest of you are to return back to your respective universes and wait on my return for an answer answer on what I found, for the stakes themselves that are on the line could not be any higher, and so you all must go and take your leave now while I go on my search to go and try to find him. And so now hurry and go and make your way back to your world, as I will go and inform you all with what I find as I go and take my leave to find Zalama now. And so in the meantime, Whis went on to address Vados upon having to see the other 10 angels then take their leave. And I only ask for you to go and look after yourself, and please be aware of your surroundings in the meantime while I go and see what I can find. For if I am unable to go and find a solution to this problem, then we are all on our own. And so now please be cautious, with Vados responding, and as should you, Whis, and if anything were to go and happen, I will go and let the others know in the meantime while we go and hope to get down to the bottom of this mess. And so now please do your best, Whis. Which it was only then within that very moment, as both Whis and Vados, the final 2 angels, were then shown having to take their leave, was when Whis went on to then quickly respond, and I will, but let's just hope that we are not too late in having to stop these demons, as I could only hope that time is still on our side in the long run by the time this day is through, Whis says. To which all the while in the meantime, as this was shown happening, when then having to venture on over into Capsule Corp and having to oversee the android speak with both Bulma and Dr. Hedo, was when Android 18 then went on to respond, so that little piece in 17's hand over there came from one of those demons that you believe you can go and use to do what with us now? And why exactly should we be so trusting of you to begin with, Dr. Hedo? With 17 having to respond, and let's not go and forget about the fact that you're also related to Dr. Giro, and you should already be well aware of what it was that we went and did with him once we went and find out that he was planning on betraying us in the long run. And so why should we go and trust you? Well, because if what it was that Goku had said that he had seen within that demon realm is to be true, Bulma responds, then we're going to need all of the help and all of the enhancements that we could get our hands on if we hope to walk away from this entire ordeal with our planet intact, which I'm pretty sure that the 2 of you can already go and attest for, given what happened the last time we were placed in a hopeless situation like this. As Dr. Hedo went on to then respond, well, when given the nature on how my grandfather and I are completely opposite with all things considered, you'll simply have no other choice but to just simply go and trust me, as we don't have a lot of time on our hands, and so I'll need for the both of you to go and listen to me, because
I don't know, that stupid buzzing noise came back. I'm trying to fix the cables.
What it is that I'm about to go and tell you is going to be very important.
Seems like it's gone
I
right
do
now.
not wish for you to go and lose sight of, for we are dealing with forces that go far beyond anything that we've seen before on this planet, and we'll need to be ready for anything and everything just in case something were to go and happen here on Earth in the meantime. For these very forces that we face could possibly even go as far as to exploit even the smallest of weaknesses among us, Dr. Hedo continues, and this is where the 2 of you will go and come in, and as I only hereby come to you both with a proposal to enhance your abilities without compromising your nature in ways that'll ensure our survival, just in case something were to go and unfold here within the process as we go and buy our time. For if we simply don't go and prepare ourselves for what is to come now, then we may end up finding ourselves in a scenario where even your remarkable abilities won't be enough to keep such enemies as these demons at bay, Dr. Hedo continues. As I only want to hereby introduce you both to Gamma 1 and Gamma 2's original stasis chambers, where the 2 of you will be stationed in for the time being. For what it is that I am proposing isn't about changing who you both are and what makes you both unique at your core,
Pretty sure
Dr.
we
Hedo
saw this already, but
continues,
just fast forward a
it
little
is
bit.
rather more about having to enhance what's already there and to be standing in the way of that plan or not.
Right about here should be
Stand
good.
as being the protector of this universe and a warrior of justice, but yet at the same
we're good
time
here.
you also just so happen to be standing before the very demon who helped shape your miserable life into what it is today. For I can see that you have went and spent
Still
your
waiting on a
years
match right now, or
chasing
3 out of
strength
8.
in hopes of having to bury the pain that I caused, but understand that strength alone cannot possibly help you in having to erase the past that you ran from, now can it? Don't go and listen to a single word that he goes and says to you, Jiren, Toppo went on to then quickly chime in, as he is only trying to go and get under your skin, and so be sure to take caution here, for he is only trying to rattle you after coming in the way of his plans, with Jiren responding, no, Toppo, for I think that there is more to him than what he's letting off here, and so what exactly could you possibly be talking about, demon? What exactly do you mean by what you just said in remembering who I was, and where exactly is it that you claim to know me from, Jiren questions, for you better go and start talking right now, as Kodos went on to then create a portal behind him by then responding, oh, Jiren, do you truly not recognize me? Well then go and take a good look into my eyes and you will see upon yourself the reflection of your own torment by doing so, for I am the very shadow that has haunted you ever since you were just a helpless child in having to leave you all alone in this world with nothing and no one to care for you when you were just a little boy. For I was the one who had taken everything from you when you were just a helpless child at the time, Jiren, and as I am the very misery that drives you and the pain that fuels your strength, as this all began with me. But tell me, does it hurt in knowing that you were never really strong enough to save your parents when they needed you the most? Because I was the one who had ripped them both away from you when you were just a skinny little weak and pathetic child, Jiren. For I was the one, but slaughtering your mother and father wasn't good enough for me, Kodos continues upon being shown having to retreat back into his portal, because while I couldn't go and remain within the mortal realm for too long without being dragged back into the demon realm, your misery didn't just end with your parents, if you happen to remember, which I'm sure you do, because not only was I there when I stood over the lifeless bodies of your parents in your village as you went and made your return back home, but I was the one who was also there when I stood over the lifeless corpse of your former master Gichin, along with all those whom you went and surrounded yourself around, as I was the one who was responsible in having to slaughter them too, Jiren. For I was the one who had went and ruined your dreams when you were just a little boy. And so while your parents begged for mercy and your master fought very valiantly, Kodos continues, in the end, they all ended up falling before me, and very soon you will be no different in having to join them in the grave as well, Kodos continues. And that is because when I return, and you can make no mistake that
right
I
now we're
will
7
come
out of 8.
back for you,
Hopefully the
once
match
I
soon.
return, I will go and do unto you just as I did your parents and master, and that is slaughter you like I went and had slaughtered them, and as I ensure you that there will be nothing that is left behind in your wake that will oppose me ever again, Jiren. And so in the meantime, I will go and leave you with this while the ghost of your past returns to haunt you, and now having to look into the very eyes of the soul demon who was ultimately responsible in destroying your entire life, with a shocked Jiren having to then respond, You what? It was you? You were the one who was responsible for the death of my parents along with Master Gichin and his students? You were the one? With Kodos having to then quickly respond, that is correct, Pride Trooper. I was the one who was responsible in having to rip all of them away from you when I did, and it's only going to be a matter of time before I go and end up doing the same onto you as well, Jiren. And so now cherish this moment while you still can, because I will come back for you sooner than you expect that I will, and when I do, once I return and confront you yet again, I am going to ensure that it will be the last time that I will ever have to see your face ever again. And so now farewell, Pride Trooper, until we meet again soon. But then, it was just within that very moment as Kodos was making his leave, as Jiren was also shown dashing directly towards Kodos' portal, was when Toppo went on to then quickly shout, Wait, Jiren, no! Don't go through that portal and follow him back into where he resides! Don't let him go and get inside of your head like this, Jiren! Don't let his words be what breaks affect your spirit out here, so don't do it! No, you will not go and escape me again, Jiren shouts upon being shown having to swing and miss as the portal went on to then close. Not this time, demon, and so now get back here and face me like a real warrior, you coward! Oh, Jiren, don't! Toppo then went on to quickly shout. You'll destroy the entire solar system with an attack that powerful, and so please don't do this! Just try and regain focus and think about your actions while you are still able to go and make them, Jiren! You're going to destroy all of us if you don't slow down, and remember, please, Jiren! With Dispo responding, oh, Toppo, the entire planet feels as though it's going to be torn apart by the sheer force of Jiren's strike, and look, up there above us, the moons around this planet have all been destroyed by the shockwave and by the force of Jiren's attack. This is just unbelievable, with Toppo having to then chime back in. Oh, what incredible power. He's hurt, Dispo, for that demon knew that he stood no chance out there against Jiren, and so he knew that the only other way that he could have been able to go and get him was by revealing his true nature as a way to try and break Jiren apart from the inside. I spent my entire life trying to erase the darkness that you've casted over my life, Jiren went on to then respond, by using every ounce of strength that I could and letting go of the pain that you had inflicted onto me. And now that I know of who you are, and now that I know that it was you who was the one that was behind the pain that I had felt all this time, on my honor and in the names of my parents along with Master Gichin, Jiren continues upon having two spike demons trying to blindside him from behind, I am going to hunt you down no matter how far you go and no matter what it is that you go and try. I will not stop until your fate is sealed by making you pay in your own blood. To which, intensely enough, from out of nowhere, as Jiren went on to then blow away the two spike demons that were rapidly shown having to approach Jiren from behind, was when Dispo went on to then chime back in. Whoa, Toppo, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Here's a
right
26
now
boost,
too?
but yet it's still hard to
Because
find
while I
matches.
haven't
What's
seen
going on,
Jiren
guys?
this angry and this determined about something in such a long time, but even now, I can also understand as to why that is, especially after given everything that we just saw happen right now, with Toppo responding, well, with all things considered, I don't think that any of us had ever expected to have what just transpired to go and take place here, and especially since the subject alone is but a very touchy one for someone like Jiren, but even now, I can fully come to understand on where Jiren is coming from, because any one of us would have felt the same way that he is currently feeling within the moment, and so that much is understandable given what took place, with Dispo responding, incredible, for I've never seen Jiren so angry like how I am right now, and so do you think that he'll be alright there, Toppo? With Toppo responding, well, although I will agree and say that I too haven't seen Jiren as angry as he is right now since the days of the Tournament of Power, we will simply just have to go and check in with him just to make sure that he is okay, with Pride Trooper V1 having to then respond, hey, are you okay, Casserole? For we are glad to still see that you are with us after what just happened here, and so we'll go and make sure that you are healed up and back on your feet in no time, with Casserole responding, thank you for your concerns, but I am not the one who mainly needs to be attended to here, V1, and so are you alright there, Jiren? For none of us could have went and anticipated on what just happened here to be shown taking place, and so I'm sorry if we let you down, with Jiren responding, never mind my feelings about this entire ordeal, because now that I was able to go and see with my very own two eyes on which demon it was that had went and ripped my parents alongside my master away from me when I was just a little boy, this Kodos may have went and escaped into the demon realm for now, but his retreat only delays the inevitable, and so we'll need to act swiftly, Jiren says, and so now go and gather the others and prepare for a full report to Lord Belmont, for he needs to understand the magnitude of this threat, Jiren continues, and as I don't intend to go and leave any stone that is thrown our way unturned, for I will not under any circumstance allow for that creature to go and slip back into the shadows and escape me as he once did, especially not now, because this is now personal between us, as his escape is but a temporary victory, but you can make no mistake about the fact that I will go and ensure you all that I will be the last face that this creature will ever see, for the path that he has chosen will directly lead to his downfall, as I will walk it to its very end no matter the cost, Jiren says, and for that to happen we need Lord Belmont's counsel and support, as I do not intend to go and allow for these demons to tear this universe apart while standing in their way. So then, the three of you want to go and stand in the way of Lord Raijan's plans of multiversal conquest, now do you? Well, alright then, Saiyans. For I will gladly go and accept this battle on behalf of my master, but just so you all know ahead of time, Okaru continues, don't be surprised when you later come to find out the hard way when you begin to witness your own blood turn on you for the greater good of the mission. And while you all blindly continue to stand to defend your already dying race of warriors from the inevitable, I will take what I came here to go and collect in the name of Lord Raijin and leave no stone unturned, Okaru continues. And so I hereby come and welcome you to go and try if you really think that you have a shot at stopping me as I am, but if you do, then you will soon come to find out firsthand on why engaging me head on like this will be one mistake that you will not live long enough to ever come to regret, Saiyan. But then, it was only just upon with Super Saiyan Kappa being shown having to be the first in engaging against Okaru by attacking him was when Kappa went on to then quickly respond, yeah, well, you can keep on dreaming about this so-called plan of yours to begin with, because if there was one thing that my master Vegeta had taught me, it is that we Saiyans will never go and back down, nor will we ever allow ourselves to be overtaken and enslaved by any force of evil who seeks to destroy us. And if that means that I will have to go through you in order to see that peace among our race to be true, Kaba says, then that is exactly what I'm going to go and do in order to ensure the survival of our people, with Okaru being shown attempting to slash Kaba by then responding, is that so? Then let me go and ask you something, Saiyan, and how exactly are you so sure that you and your friends over there are going to wield enough power in putting an end to what Lord Raijin and the Dark Masters have placed into motion? For how is it that you think that you are going to be so sure of yourself, along with being sure of such pathetic power here against me, that it'll ultimately be enough to go and bring down what we demons have strived so hard to achieve, Okaru questions. Oh, don't you go and worry about that one, Kaba went on to then quickly respond upon being shown punching Okaru in the face, because we'll go and make sure that you go and get the answers that you want the hard way once you come to see firsthand on exactly how strong we here in Universe 6 truly are, and after we go and crush you for the damage you've caused here, along with the lives that you've went and ripped away from us, demon. Well, I don't believe you, Okaru then suddenly went on to quickly respond, and so, since I don't believe you, I will go and ask you again, Saiyan, because now I want to know if this is truly the best that the Saiyans here of this universe have to offer. Because while you sure do appear to talk a big enough game, Saiyan, I can't help but ponder on this power that you are using here against me. For all I happen to see is a weakling who is flailing against the inevitable, because if you think that you alone can beat me as you are, Saiyan, then allow me the honors of having to put these dreams of yours to rest. To which, as Okaru was then shown uppercutting Kaba out of his Super Saiyan form, was when Okaru then went on to continue, as a foolish little pest like yourself, along with all those who are just like you, could never go as
like the buzz went away. I don't have to plug out some HDMI cables and switch to my headphones. Seems to be working. I don't like wearing these big ass headphones, but the headphones I had was from the dollar store. I tried using a VPN, but it wasn't working. Like, I put a VPN on my computer. I bought NordVPN. I then put a hotspot on, but it wasn't working properly. Like, the hotspot would keep cutting out. They tried me, bro. But I know what I'm doing. Did they save that person? I think they did. No, they didn't. At the corner of A, there's a civilian. Or is that B? Hopefully they don't spot him. Alright, so we got our level 3. Forgot to record. Didn't say that all the civilians was found, so I'm gonna try to find a few more civilians. And in the meantime, between time, I have to pay attention to B and C. Trying to get the other guy. I don't know if this guy's sold out. Or he just wants his raider match faster. These guys have infinite dragon changes, man. Well, they got the B key, so once I kill one more, get in my belly. Oh, there's a civilian right there, actually. We should have our level 4. Not letting these guys go. I think I'm gonna leave one. Come on, where's the other three guys? Yo, Terrence, remember last time I got my level 4 Majin Buu and I got trapped behind the wall? Let me just destroy this. Get on with my life. Got one down. I don't know where this chick is, man. "18 seconds left." There she is. You know what? Let's just use this. Yes, good. I don't think I was gonna make it there fast enough if I flew.
far as to dream of rivaling the might of where it is that beings like myself come from, Saiyan. For I just so happen to come from a world that not only goes far beyond your simple understanding of what you assume for true power to be, but with a power such as the one that you were just shown trying to go and use against me, it is only but a tiny inconvenience when standing across a far greater power, Saiyan. And very soon, sooner than you might expect actually, Okaru then went on to surprisingly grab onto the back of Kabba's neck, you will go on to join your Saiyans in the grave once I break your spirit in half right after I go and break your body, Kabba. And once you go, then the girls will go, and once they go and join you within the grave, Okaru continues upon being shown smashing Kabba's face on down to the ground, then all that will remain on this world will be the insects who just so happen to inhabit it, as one by one, we will go and see to it that your entire race of pathetic Saiyan warriors join you in the afterlife, and as we go on to proceed with our plans and having to tear this world apart until there is nothing left that remains. But then, it was only just upon with Kabba now being shown having to have enough in channeling his innate power and activating that and transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 was when Kabba then went on to quickly shout, "Enough of this, for you will not be given the chance to go and harm my people and shred this world into pieces more than you already have, demon."
We're at 7 out of 8, so hopefully we put another match
what the
in a
full
second
extent of our power here in Universe 6 was truly capable of, then I'll be the first to gladly go and show you, demon. And because you kept insisting by questioning my strength along with the power that we here on planet Sadala are capable of in wielding, Kabba then went on to slide on there by responding, maybe this ought to go and prove to you on how serious I was when I said that you weren't going to beat us. And so now this is for all of our allies that you went and slaughtered along the way prior to battling here against me, Kabba continues, as I am going to go and make you suffer for every Saiyan life that you have went and taken away from our planet here today. As Okaru then went on to respond, "Oh, curse that Saiyan, for it should be impossible for such a creature to go and harbor such a surprisingly incredible battle power like this, but
Alright,
now
we found an opponent.
Exactly
Match is starting in 2 minutes.
I was hoping that would happen," Okaru continues. For now we will go on and see on where these creatures will stand when staring into the faces of terror itself, Okaru continues. And so now come forth, my bloodhounds, and feast upon this mortal's flesh, for his bones will be all yours for the picking, my creatures of chaos. And so now go and take this moment upon yourselves to go.
Unfortunately, we're down a man
apart
from the start, so we only have 6
until
players.
There is nothing left but blood that
Level
remains.
56 Buhan.
Whoa, and just what in the world are those things, and how in the world did he just go and call those things onto our world? Kabba then went on to then turn around by shockingly
I mean, we have a pretty high level team, but we need every man though. How you doing, Will? Just won a Raider match. I was playing as Majin Buu. Facing Buhan, we're down a player, but we'll see what's up. And we're down another player, KO. Here I am laughing at Terrence. My match is over too, man.
You be careful too, okay?
Okay, boss. Yep, we're done. GG's. Might as well just come kill me next, bro.
Flying Nimbus!
I don't even know where the civilian is either. I swear he was over here. Season. Is there a cave over here? Right here. We only have 4 players. The day was pretty good. I got some YouTube shorts going.
You're a big help.
Made some videos, some breakers videos. I got some more content coming tomorrow. I was doing some research. Like I said, I was trying to get some more Pokemon cards. And some more Yu-Gi-Oh cards for unboxings and some giveaways coming up soon. Alright, we just have to find his D key next. He's already level 3. Yeah, the smartest thing to do is to destroy D. Let us set this E key and destroy the time machine.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Kakarot. You know what they say, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it, bro. I don't know why you change it in the first place. But I guess because it was Kakarot, but... Do you know how long it takes? Should be instant, right? Or it might take 24 hours, who knows?
A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? Oh man.
Okay, someone with the transfer, great. Bro, I swear I hit the wrong button, man. I was trying to hit my flash of rage. That's my bad. Embarrassing.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. Don't let danger away. Think before rushing in.
I don't know what this person is doing. Hey, come save me, dog. Just left me to die. Oh, shout out to a level 3. I hit the wrong button, man. Came back to count me. Well, we lost this match from the start, so it is what it is.
I'll get another one out right away. Just keep it together until then.
My evening was great, homie. Like I said earlier, I got some Dragon Ball Breakers content uploaded. I have more content coming for tomorrow I have scheduled. I was looking at some stores nearby to buy some Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards, so I'm deciding if I'm gonna pick it up tomorrow or on Monday. My niece's birthday's coming up, so we're having a party for her. She wants Animal Crossing, so I have to go to the mall and buy it for her at EB Games. So I'm not in my city right now. I'm up north visiting my family members, and the stores are very limited. The bus schedule is very limited as well, so I was just chilling, doing some research and stuff. My mom got me a cake. She was busy with her fiance yesterday and they went out, so They didn't really get to celebrate my birthday properly, so today we got a cake for me. It was delicious, some vanilla cake. And yeah, now I'm chilling. Trying to get some matches in from the breakers. How was your evening, Kakarot? Got 1 win, 2 losses. This is the second loss. I won my Raider match. I was playing as Majin Buu, the original Majin Buu. But we only had 4 players this match, so I wouldn't really count it.
Oh, darn it, he's trying to go and outnumber me here. But then, it was only just then from out of nowhere as both Kale and Caulifla went on to insert themselves in this battle, and having to even the odds between Okaru and Kaba was when Caulifla then went on to quickly respond. No, right now, that does it, because while we went and tried to give this freak the benefit of the doubt in hopes of having him face off against Kaba all by himself without having anyone or anything go and jump in the way of having to help him, since he's going to try to call for backup, then allow for us both to go and back Kaba up during this battle so that the odds could be evenly matched against you. And so now don't you worry about having to be outnumbered here against him, Kaba, because so as long as we're here to stand alongside you in taking this monster down for everything he's done here, this loser is in for a very rude awakening if he thinks that we're just going to stand idly by and watch as he tries to overtake you by calling for backup. But then, it was only just upon with the gigantic energy blast then being shown having to make its way towards Kale, Kaba, and Caulifla was when Kale then went on to quickly respond. Sis, look, he's going for broke because he knows that he can't beat us all on his own, and so he's trying to go and get rid of us in one foul go, and so now let us go and bring the pain right back to him, as Kaba then went on to quickly shout, yes, that's right, and so now let us go and show this demon on what our power of unity is truly made of, and let us go and show both him and those whom he happens to serve under that we aren't going to go so quietly into the night without having to push back on their sick and twisted plans by showing them that we aren't going to lay down as easily as they think. But then, it was only just upon with our heroes' collective efforts and having to be shown blowing right past Okaru's attack before having to be later shown having to acknowledge Okaru was when Caulifla went on to then quickly respond. Yes, there we go. Now that ought to go and show him on why we aren't to be taken as fools here. So that ought to go and show that freak that we mean business here in Universe 6. And so now let us go and continue to keep the pressure on him, you guys. But then, it was only unexpectedly from out of nowhere as Okaru was then shown gliding across their attacks and making his way ever so closer towards them was when Kale went on to then quickly respond. Wait, sis, quickly look up there above our attack. That demon is trying to use the momentum of our blast to try and go and blindside us when we least expect for him to do, and so we've got to go and grab him right now. Oh no, you don't. We don't think so, Caulifla went on to shout upon her and Kale being shown grabbing onto Okaru's weapons. And so now hurry, Kaba. Now is your chance to go and put those animals of his down while we have this monster within our sights and preventing him from causing any more problems and putting those beasts of his down, and so now hurry! Yes, she's right, because the quicker I can go and set these demonic hounds of his aside, Kaba went on to quickly respond, the quicker I'll be able to go and finish that creature off once and for all without having any of his animalistic minions go and get in the way of our battle here against him. And so now this ought to do the trick. Kaba went on to then blast both of these demonic hounds by then quickly having to chime back in, because one way or another, whether we have to go and dedicate ourselves in giving this monster the entire
Jason Grizzly Cone, let's do this.
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right tight spots.
Civilians over here. Oh wait, I hear someone. He's not here.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
I jinxed it. There was someone.
You have my thanks.
Allied
You're welcome, son.
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An
This
ally
person
needs
sold
your
out.
help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Probably just feeding to get his raider match faster. Sometimes I don't even kill these guys. If I know they're feeding, I'll just leave them.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Great. You know what to do with that key.
I need to get these some items over here. No point of rushing to get that power key.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I wouldn't even save that person. Probably he's feeding on purpose. But that person went down and popped the sensu bean right after, so if you want to die out, just let him die out. Or have your raider match. Just ruin it for everyone else. Nah, no Discord yet. I might make a Discord just for when rank starts, for some survivor matches. I don't really want to talk off stream.
Great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
We have rank matches coming in 7 days. A week from now. So I might make one specifically just for survivor matches. Breakers content only. Then delete it after. Alright, so we have our level 2. Wow, Clone Wars needs to set that key. Let me take the long way. We have 6 Dragon Balls.
Here goes. I'm scared. Do or die.
Watch out for enemies.
Out of there. Okay, who wants a Dragon Ball? This way. This looks like we're going in circles.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
Yeah, that sounds good.
The startup system is under attack.
Well, I gotta sacrifice myself.
But retreat if you need to. Got it?
I have a dragon change.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous. So tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Oh, the clean save.
Make good use of it.
I don't know if this guy summoned.
Somebody's down.
Oh no, he missed the summon.
Extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Get off the fucking Nimbus, bro.
Ally needs your help. You don't know what danger
Guys, it's so handicapped. My player.
Here comes the pain.
The barriers.
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution.
What do I do? Time machine or barrier? I mean, time machine or trying to summon. Okay, is there one person summoning? We got summon off. He can transform to Cell Max, right? See? I called it. Fuck, and I wasted that flash of rage. What's going on with the screen, man? I think he broke the game. We die and go to heaven? Like, what's going on, guys? See the white light? He broke the game. Yo, I think we broke the game for real. I don't know what happened. Alright, I'm gonna give it a minute. If it doesn't work in a minute, I'll just close the game and refresh it. Because the game might be broken for real. No joke. No idea, man. Music's still playing. It's like right when we summoned, I think you got your Soul Max and something happened, man. Ah, yeah, the XP. Unfortunately, you might be screwed, man. Connection to the host has been lost. Bro, share Wi-Fi. Or your internet screwed you over. Is it working on your side now? We leveled up. Well, like I say, a win is a win, right? Fortunately, that sucks. Probably the game server. Oh well, GG's. You were probably going to win that match anyways. But unfortunately, you got screwed.
Day to ensure his defeats and make him pay for the lives he's taken, then we'll make sure to go out of our way and do it. And with these two out of our way, that just goes and leaves that freak to now face us all alone, just as we have intended for this to go and be. But then, it was only just within that very moment as both Caulifla and Kale were then shown having to grab onto Okaru's weapons before Okaru was able to actually reach them, was when Kale went on to then respond. Well, you'd be wrong to assume that these cowardly and underhanded tactics of yours are actually going to be enough to work here against us, because if it isn't evident by now, they won't. And hopefully now you will be able to see that firsthand as you come to find out and learn about this the hard way, Demon, with Caulifla responding. And you'd better not go and assume otherwise here either, because if blindsiding us by calling upon those hungry animals of yours was something that you thought was actually going to be enough to go and get the job done here against us, then you might want to go and take a closer look at what Kaba had done to them, because now with your mutated lapdogs out of the way, that just leaves you here all alone with us, which is going to be one critical mistake that you are going to end up paying dearly for, and especially for all those who are innocent enough in having you rip their lives away from them, you monster, as Okaru then went on to quickly respond. Oh, how predictable you Saiyans are in thinking that you have already won in charging headfirst into a battle that you didn't even realize you have already lost. For you may think that your strength and your unity will save you here against me, but the truth is, Okaru continues, is that the two of you have fallen right into my trap without you even having to know on what it is that I intend on doing. The two of you have fallen right into my trap without you even having to know on what it is that I intend on doing once I am to return back within the demon realm. For the very might that the two of you just so happened to exert was exactly the kind of mortals that I was hoping to have encountered here, Okaru continues upon being shown pulling his blades away. And as the three of you may have fought here against me very valiantly, and dare I even say had drove me back in doubting my ability to win here against you, but even now, you have all failed to go and see the bigger picture, as this battle was but a stepping stone in a far greater plan, Okaru continues. For it is a plan that ensures that your very kind crumbles, as we will go and make sure that it will also be the very blood of your own kind that will be used as the ink which will be what writes your story to a finish, Saiyans. And so while this trap of mine wasn't designed to go and destroy you all here today if it didn't already call for your destruction, but after having to catch a glimpse of the power that all three of you just so happen to have harbored beneath the surface when compared to many of your Saiyan brothers and sisters here, I instead had decided to go and design a new approach while engaging myself here against you, Okaru continues, which was ultimately designed to ensure that when the right time comes for this to go and be used, that your entire race ends up falling by its very own hand, and so I must go and thank you both for lending me that very helping hand, for this will be all that I will need to ensure the destruction of your entire race, Okoro continues, which will ironically be done by the hands of your very own, but I won't let this be our final encounter, for I will come back for you, and when I do, then not only will I
Anyways, guys, we found another match. Should start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Places like how you're supposed to be, but I will ensure that I go and finish what was started here if you aren't already destroyed by the time I get to you, and I will make sure to put an end to it all personally. But it was only despite with all of this having to be said, as Super Saiyan 3 Kaba had went as far as to fire an energy blast directly at Okoro, was when Kaba then went on to quickly shout, "Oh no you don't, and so now stand aside you guys, for we cannot go and allow him
We have
to
a level
escape
1
and
baby
have him be
Vegeta.
given another chance to go and attack us like this again. And so now stop right there and face us like the warrior that you claim for yourself to be, you demon." Well, while this was fun while it lasted, Okoro continues upon being shown having to vanish within the portal behind him. Now that I have on what the Dark Masters require, along with having to now inform Lord Raijin on exactly which of these universes' mortals are the ones to eliminate first before any of the others. Try not to go and miss me too much while I'm gone, because I can go and
Bro, drop the link. You can't be telling us there's a video out there with no evidence. Drop the link, homie. If you have the link, post it on one of my breaker videos. Obviously, I don't believe he's cheating, but that's unfortunate if people are accusing him of it. Man, don't even let it bother you. It's just the breakers. It's not that serious. Don't let it get to your head. People talk shit all the time, so just let it go.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spot.
You know, people be salty and shit. They just be accusing you of nonsense.
You found a power key. Go slot it. Great. You know what to do with that key.
I was just going over there too, man. You do that? Do you guys know if you can do damage to baby's first form when he's a civilian? Can we do damage to him? I don't know. I've never seen anyone do it.
You've got all 7 Dragon
Damn, we got the Dragon Balls quick.
Welcome. Thank you.
Trying to get my level 2. We also need to find the C key.
Great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Don't go there. Why are you going there with the Dragon Balls? You idiot boy. You just put these over there. Go summon, dog. What's this guy doing? Got level 2. Check this box to see if we can find the C key. Now you can't damage him at level 1. When you have a civilian radar and you see a civilian moving, that's when you know it's him. So that comes clutch.
I put you out of your misery right now. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Don't tell me this the guy with the Dragon Ball. I don't know why this guy didn't summon, bro. He should have just went up here to the lookout and summoned.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
I mean, it's good we got the Dragon Balls quick, but he's just fooling around right now. You don't want baby to kill him and take the ball and then go summon.
Welcome. Thank you.
Still looking for the C key.
An ally
Here we
needs your
go.
help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. That's a new power key. Please. Before you die, allow me to show you.
So what are we gonna do? We're gonna wait till this guy's level 4 before you want to summon, bro? Like, what's this guy doing with the ball, dog?
To now.
I don't think anyone's gonna save that player. It's too far for me. He dropped it. Yeah, this guy sold us out, man. The Raiders coming for me now.
Flying Nimbus! Miserable idiots!
I told you this was gonna happen. We'll help him fight.
Here comes a pain!
No effect, man. I had to help the guy with the Dragon Ball. No one's summoning, guys. I don't know what's going on.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
He had all the Dragon Balls when Baby was still level 1, but these guys are selling right now. Maybe we lost the ball.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Need that.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
I could try to summon in B. Already got his grade for him.
My lord,
It's too late, man.
accept this and rise again.
These guys are trash, man.
I included some ultra-divine water with the supplies. It should purify any abnormalities in the body. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Come forth, Shenron!
Probably gonna get cooked, but try anyways. There's only 3 of us left, and this guy's still level 0.
Here comes the pain!
This idiot boy right here.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it now. Retreat if you need to. Got it?
Bro, we can't do nothing. These damn people who are infected sold me out, man.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
We got destroyed.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to ignore the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Alright, let's just get out of here. On to the next match. These guys sold out.
Promise all 3 of you that this will not be the last time that you will go and see or hear from me ever again. And so now, farewell for now, Saiyans, to which as Cabba's energy blast was then shown having to make its way and smashing directly into Okaru's portals when a massive explosion was then seen with Caulifla responding, "Wait, what? And just what the heck is that freak talking about? Because surely he's not thinking about trying to leave so soon without having to finish this battle that was already started here now, is he? No, you don't, and so now come back and finish what you have started here, you coward," Caulifla continues. "And so now don't just go and tuck your tail between your legs and say, 'See you all next time,' and so now come back." But it was already too late, because with the portal then shown having to close as Cabba went on to acknowledge this overall situation with anger was when Cabba then went on to quickly respond, "Oh no, damn that monster, I can no longer sense his life energy anywhere on this planet," which only now means that he had managed to escape back within whatever realm that he went and crawled out of, Cabba says. "Oh darn it, and we were so close too, because we had him. As I know that we've had him right where we needed for him to be, and he pulled a fast one on us before we could have finished him. Oh, but where exactly did he go?"
Alright, we found another
Wait,
match. It's
hold
going
on there,
pretty
Cabba
fast
went on
now,
to then
guys.
power down by approaching both Kale and Caulifla. "Are you both okay? I saw what he went and did, and although it was very strange of him just to go back and retreat the way he did after cutting you both, he also also just so have happened to look very pleased by the result of having to do it. And so, are you guys alright, Kaba questions? And so, is it really that bad? Because you guys seem to be both bleeding out by a lot, with Caulifla having to then respond, "Oh damn that monster, for he went and cut us both pretty deep by using those weapons of his, but we'll be alright for the time being, Kaba, as we are only just a little on edge by what he went and just did to us," with Kale having to then chime in. And what's even more alarming was, I'm not sure that if the two of you had seen it, but after that demon had went and cut our hands open with those blades of his, he strangely enough had seemed to have taken great pride in having to make us both bleed, as if he was hoping that this would go and happen. Yeah, well, whatever it was that he was after, Caulifla responds, he clearly wasn't able to succeed in, but why would he then suddenly retreat back into that portal of his before he could go and capitalize on actually finishing what he came here and had started, Caulifla questions? Because none of this now is starting to make any sort of sense, with Kaba having to then chime in, and so it is clear to us all now on what it is that we have to go and do, as we are hereby left with no other choice and must go and seek out and speak with King Sadala in regards to this matter.
Playtime is over.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
I haven't found no power keys yet. Damn. Someone got busted.
You out of your misery right now.
Bro, make sure your Switch is plugged in, dog. It's better to play when it's plugged in anyways. You get better performance.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
I got a power key there, so let me try to key rush this guy.
Oh, come on!
In this cave.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. That's a new power key. Place it now. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Someone found it. Wasn't even there.
Before you die, allow Allow me to show you what a fully evolved tuffle is truly capable of.
Terrence, you asking me about the VPN? Because I got NordVPN on my PC and tried to use my PC as a hotspot to connect my PlayStation, but my PC, the hotspot kept disconnecting and it wasn't working properly, so I just stopped using it. But what's your question? And Terrence, drop the link on my latest Breakers video because you can't drop links in the chat. My latest Breakers full video, not a short, full video, full video. Hold on. Breakers number 28. Go to my channel and go look out for Breakers number 28. Can't even go that way, we're screwed. Yeah, I tried Japan, China, America. Like, the VPN works, but like I said, the hotspot on my PC kept disconnecting. Like, it just manually would disconnect. So it would work if I had like Breakers on Steam, right? That was another strategy I was gonna try to use. But I don't have that problem anymore. Before it was worse. Before I couldn't find no matches. Like, there was a point in like the last couple of years I stopped. I got Breakers when the game first came out, like a month when the game first came out, and I was always running into issues. The game would ban me. Like, it would say, oh, you're like, I can't play for 15 minutes. So I barely was able to play this game. But it started working last year summertime, and I've been playing it like ever since.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Great. You know what to do with that key.
VPN doesn't work properly. I don't know if it's my PC personally. As I said, the hotspot just disconnects.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Yeah, I would agree with you. The Shadow Dragons.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Yeah, Terrence, drop that link on my Breakers video, number 28.
We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Excellent. Truly a sight to behold.
This is bad. Somebody's down.
Well, everyone's
Exercise
KO'd, man.
extreme caution if you're going to help them. Calm down. I've got your back. Get up.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we lost this match, guys.
We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
So, you're still alive, are you? Stick on.
Yeah, him getting Dragon Balls makes more sense because that's how canon works, right? He absorbed the other Dragon Balls, and that's how he got his Omega form. Or it'll be nice if they gave him a Dragon Ball radar, and you know he collected the Dragon Balls, and then as he collected the Dragon Balls, he got to level up.
You miserable idiot!
If I go there, the radar's gonna know that's where the key is. So fuck it, let me just stay here.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
I need some supplies. We have no Dragon Balls, no transfers this match.
Compared to me, you're nothing but an annoying little fly. Flying Nimbus! Stay calm.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Oh, you! Is this the best you can do?
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
That's enough!
I can flood some water with the supplies. Should purify any
Is
abnormalities.
this the best you can do? Head off!
I think this guy's trolling us.
Stay calm.
Here comes the pain. Under attack. It's dangerous. Tread carefully if you want to get closer. An ally needs your help.
Bro, I try to hide behind the damn time machine.
Holy hell.
What ain't gonna work, guys? He was getting too cocky. Where's the other level 0? Oh, come help us out, man. Why are you waiting for the escape time machine? Like, I don't understand why these guys play the game, bro. You play the game to escape time machine?
Extreme caution if you're going to help them. The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated.
That's
by a
unfortunate,
blue line.
guys. They only had 2 bars of health left. Of course, it's a girl. Absolutely worthless. Okay, let's get out of here, guys.
matter immediately, Kaba says. And that is simply because the two of you know just as much as I do that evil like that kind in which we have just encountered here doesn't just suddenly vanish without a trace, because we can all come to agreement in knowing that he will come back for us, and when he does, Kaba continues, he will return with the sole purpose of wanting to destroy everything that we have built here, and so that is why we have to go and warn the king and prepare for the worst, Kaba continues, as he is more than likely regrouping alongside his allies, and if we don't go and act quickly, then he'll more than likely catch us when we least expect for him to arrive, and we can't just go and leave that up to chance, Kaba says. And so while we still have some time that remains, we have to go and get a move on right now if we hope to go and change things, Kaba went on to then take off by then continuing. And so now let us go and hurry it up and go while we still have the time so that we can go and try to get a leg up on those demons before they are able to go and do the same thing to us. Well, he's right, Caulifla went on to then respond, and so now let us go and get a move on then too, Kale, so that we can go and regroup and form a strong plan in case that monster and his minions return. To which it was only within that very moment as Kale, Kaba, and Caulifla were then shown having to make their way hastily towards the king's castle was when Kaba went on to then reflect by responding, now while I may not be entirely sure on what that creature meant when he talked about having to turn our own blood against us, I'm not just going to stand around here and wait for us to find out, especially if there are more of those demons that lurk within the shadows that many of us may not be fully aware of, but it's better for us to go and take action now before he returns, and if worse comes to worse and if we are stuck without a chance of having to drive these demons back where they belong, then we will have no other choice than to go and get the right person for the job in helping us go and put a stop to these monsters once and for all, and so my only hope is that I'm not too late, Kaba says. But then, it was only elsewhere within that very moment as Whis had now finally found the location in which he was seeking out in having to speak with the creator of the Super Dragon Ball Zalama was when Whis went on to then respond, and there it is, the sacred homeworld of the creator of the Super Dragon Balls themselves.
I'm watching a video right now.
I can't really go on to remember the last time that I came onto this world, but it's better not to waste any more time than to go and see on what can be done, Whis continues, and if the great Zalama can go and help us in having to locate and retrieve the Super Dragon Balls in time before it's too late, Whis says. And while it has been quite some time since I was last seen having to visit Zalama, if there is anyone who would have any kind of information on where the Super Dragon Balls may be, then I have no doubt in my mind that Zalama is the perfect person who would be best suited in having to give us the information that we need in getting those Super Dragon Balls away from the hands of those demons and back within our possession. And so now here goes, and let us see if this works within our favor, Whis went on to then clear his throat by then responding, venerable creator of the almighty and all-powerful Super Dragon Balls, I come to you during this desperate time in hopes of having a word with you in regards to an emergency situation that just so happens to involve the Super Dragon Balls, Whis continues, for I stand here before your sacred domain with the utmost respect in wishing to go and speak with you about this, as the situation itself is dire and also happens to concern the very fabric of existence itself if the situation isn't handled in due time, for we are here without an option and I come to you for this very purpose as the multiverse needs your help, Whis went on to then bow by responding, as both your brilliance and your craftsmanship have helped shape many realities along the way, but now the balance of those very same realities are at stake and I come to your sacred world here to go and speak to you and having to seek out your guidance and intervention during this unprecedented emergency, and as I hereby ask for you to please come forward and reveal yourself as I humbly come to you with the purpose of helping the Omni Kings as well, for I am afraid that time is quickly running out and I come to you with one final request at helping us solve this problem that we are facing before it is too late, oh great and wise Zalama, for I wouldn't have gone out of my way to come here if the matters themselves weren't as dire as I had described, and while there is nowhere left for us to go and turn during these troubling times, and I hereby kindly ask for you to share your wisdom alongside with the rest of us angels who wait on your guidance, as I am here with a request that will help shape the very foundation of the future if it is not addressed here and now, mighty one. But then, it was only upon with these gigantic gates now shown having to slowly open up with an entity being shown having to exit through the other side was when Zalama then went on to quickly respond, a matter in which you claim that just so happens to involve and endanger the Omni Kings, you say? Nah, Whis, for it has been thousands of generations since I had last heard the sound of your voice, Zalama went on to then step forward by responding, but while your presence here is indeed a fascinating one, what could these matters happen to involve in which you speak of that directly correlates to the Omni Kings, Zalama questions? Because while you also speak speak of the matters which also happens to involve the Super Dragon Balls that I have went and created, Zalama continues, and I do not like the sound of what it is that I am hearing that is coming from you about these matters, and so I hereby wish for you to go and explain everything, for your arrival also coincides with a strange disturbance that I have felt rippling throughout the multiverse as of late, for it is but an eerie yet an unexplained surge of power that I feel pulsing within the void. Zalama went on to then reveal himself by continuing, and as I only now can't help but wonder on how any of this ties directly back to the Super Dragon Balls, and more importantly, Zalama continues, is how this all goes and ties back to the Omni Kings as well. And so I must go and ask on how was it that my creations and my gift to Lord Zeno has now become the center of all of this chaos, and more importantly on how exactly this all ties back in concerning the Omni Kings, Whis. For the Super Dragon Balls were never meant to be created as a tool of destruction or imbalance, Zalama continues upon being shown approaching Whis, but yet if they also now just so happen to be used as instruments of someone else's destruction and chaos, then I must know on everything that it is that you are able to go and tell me if you wish for me to go and locate the whereabouts of where those very orbs that you are searching for happen to be, as this was the very reason on why you have decided to come and speak to me, was it not, Whis? With Whis having to then respond, well, unfortunately you would be correct to assume that the Super Dragon Balls are currently being misused, for we cannot happen to locate their current positions, nor could we also happen to go and locate the very source and finding out on where they might be hiding within, but I'm afraid that those who are responsible just so happen to come from the demon realm as well, Lord Zalama, for they had done away with both the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings, which is why I come to you for your guidance during these troubling times. With Zalama responding, then it was as I have feared, for they are now merely being used as weapons for a much darker purpose, but very well then, Angel, for you may go and come inside and enter into my sacred chamber, for there is much for us to go and discuss, Zalama went on to then point out by continuing, as I would like for you to go and fill me in on everything that it is that you know, so that I may go and use this information and go and figure out on where the Super Dragon Balls are being stored away within, but at the same time we mustn't go and waste any time and do what is made available to us within this moment, as we also better make sure that it is done without having us be detected along the way, Zalama continues, and as the last thing that I need is for a war to be brought here onto my front doorstep, and so now let us go and make haste while we still have the time, with Whis responding, well, I don't really think that those who are behind this entire ordeal are gonna want to go and try to engage against an angel of my caliber without having to risk putting their lives on the line, but I actually second your assertion, as I intend on filling you in on everything that I have been noticing since the very beginning, Lord Zalama, with Zalama responding, and so you also now say that both you alongside the other angels still couldn't happen to locate the Super Dragon Balls despite having to search together either, Zalama questions, because if you and the other angels cannot detect their presence, then they are more than likely being concealed within one of the time chamber realms, which is able to massively accelerate its time factor, Zalama continues, which would also go and explain their repeated and abused usage, with Whis responding, as that would also indeed happen to appear to be the case, Lord Zalama, but while knowing that they are more than likely within one of these time chambers, even despite with this information, we just cannot seem to get a good read on which chamber they are all in, and while I can't seem to help but shake this feeling of dread that waits for us on the horizon, Whis continues, and I just only hope that we can hurry and retrieve the Super Dragon Balls quickly before it is too late. These so-called Dark Masters are very cunning, I see, and to have discovered and utilized one of the forbidden time chambers, those which sever themselves from the natural flow of existence, and surprisingly even from angelic perception, is no simple feat for anyone to accomplish, Zalama says, but even now I want to go and make myself as clear as I can be by telling you that the Super Dragon Balls are not mere artifacts to be used as pawns to suit their dark and twisted ambitions, as these Dragon Balls are bound to me in a way that even the grandest powers of destruction and creation cannot sever, and because of this, these Dark Masters underestimate the ancient spells that I wove during the genesis of the Super Dragon Ball's creation, as these very spells themselves were inscribed with the intent to ensure their recovery should a catastrophe like this were to go and happen, Zalama continues, for the Super Dragon Balls themselves also just so happen to emit a very unique form of energy that I call their magnetic resonance, for it is a vibration that can echo across any dimension, Zalama goes on, as even the time-distorted guarded realms of the time chambers themselves cannot completely go on to mask this vibration, Zalama says, for the task now before us is twofold, and that is to go and recover the Super Dragon Balls and to ensure that such a travesty cannot go and be repeated by them or any other being ever again. And as their very theft is but a testament to the folly of leaving them unguarded, Zalama continues, which is something that must ultimately change once I am to go and find them, which I am only hoping that they are all still within this realm, as I only go on to say this because if, and only if, the Super Dragon Balls are not found within any of these time chamber realms, which I assume for them to be, then the only other place that I can go and think of for them to be within would be somewhere outside of our current reality and within the outskirts of the Omniverse, with Whis having to then respond, and I beg your pardon, Lord Zalama, but what exactly is this Omniverse in which you speak of, because I have never heard of such a place like this before, with Zalama responding, though it is only a rumor that I just so happen to have overheard that had once came from the mouth of the Grand Minister himself. I must go on to further warn you that even my understanding is but a fragment of what the Omniverse is truly rumored to represent, for it is said to be a realm that goes far beyond our comprehension, as it is also said to be a space that is infinitely more vast than the multiverse that we here call home, Zalama continues, for it is also said to have been rumored in being the very foundation of existence itself and the boundless plane where reality continuously folds within itself endlessly, Zalama says, but through that, the Omniverse is also said to be a place where it constantly creates new dimensions, new timelines, and new universes that stretch endlessly in every direction, as the rumors that I've also heard happen to suggest for it to operate on the principles that are also alien to us, that even the highest cosmic orders within our multiverse seem to also pale in comparison to the rules of the Omniverse or lack thereof, Zalama says, and while I doubt for the Super Dragon Balls to have went and been taken and dragged into such a place, since I do not believe that these so-called Dark Masters would have the knowledge on such a place, Zalama says, and I have no doubt that this would end up being the last place that they would be in, which only now leaves me to believe that they are indeed here within the existing multiverse and not within any other, and because I know that they are, I can already tell that although they are not going to be easy to find, Zalama continues, and I know for a fact that they haven't been moved from where they were last shown having to be used, and that will be my key in finding them, Zalama says. So then what you are essentially saying is that there exists a realm that goes far beyond even what we angels were thought to assume would be the limit of creation, Whis went on to then question, and you also claim to have happened to overhear this from the mouth of the Grand Minister, you say, so then I can only go as far as to assume that the only ones who would also know would be the Omni Kings themselves, isn't that right? With Zalama responding, that is correct, for they, along with myself, are the only ones to know, but even though I wasn't told in full detail as to what lies beyond these walls and over on the other side, we cannot rule the Omniverse out here either, but while I am in search of looking for the echoes of their hidden vibration, I believe that I am starting to now sense something, which is why this leaves me to believe that these Dark Masters did not just so happen to go and cross over, but rather remain within the known realms of this existing multiverse, Zalama says, with Whis responding, so then let me go and ask you, what are the odds then of these Dark Masters in having to also know about this Omniverse, for could it be possible that they have also learned about or overheard something, with Zalama having to then respond, well, while I do not want to go and rule out the idea that these Dark Masters just might know, I highly doubt that this would turn out to be the case, but what I will say is that after giving me his name, since it's been so long and having anyone utter his name to me before in such a long time, if there is any creature who dwells within that realm who in fact just might actually be aware of this Omniverse, then I have no doubt in my mind that it would turn out to be the very god of the demon realm, Raijin, for it was one of the many reasons as to why the Grand Priest had once ordered for Murno to go and stop him before he was corrupted, and so we must not go and overlook the idea of Raijin being the only one down there who was aware of such a realm that exists, but something appears to be coming to me at the moment, and if this is what I assume for this to be, then stand by, for this just might be the breakthrough that we had been hoping that we would go and come across, to which all the while back within one of the time chambers, we only from that point then happened to oversee the Dark Masters in getting ready to use the Dragon Balls just before they were shown having to buzz, as Toro went on to then quickly respond, and alas, the time for us to go and use the Super Dragon Balls and having the dragon go and grant us our most important wish unleash is now finally at... Wait, what is this strange surge of energy that these orbs are now starting to emit from their places? As Giro went on to then chime in, I'm not sure, but they were never shown having to act like this before when we were using them, and so do you think that it is possible that our location has been compromised, with a panicked Toro then having to respond, yes, for that must be the case, but we cannot go and allow for whatever source is behind this sudden disturbance to go and ruin our plans, especially now since we are so close in completing our mission, and so we must hurry and call upon the dragon right now before they are able to go and take these orbs away and preventing us from doing what we know must be done no matter the cost, Toro says. For Lord Raijin is now waiting, and we must not go on to keep him waiting any longer lest we are to lose the Dragon Balls before we can go and use them again. And so now let us hurry and go and use them before it is too late. As the llama went on to then chime back in, there, for I can sense them, however faintly, for they...
A monster! No! I'm the devil himself!
Damn, Broly. Sick of this guy.
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right
Oh,
spots.
my damn civilian. Yep, duties.
You know what to do with that key.
But he's level 17, so we might have a chance.
Someone!
We need to collect all the Dragon Balls
You're my savior!
and get the level 4 summon transfer. Take that just in case. Who wants the Dragon Ball? We got 5 so far. Actually, to get the hell out of here.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I've seen them over there. Close to my level 3. Still looking for the C key. Pick up that superhero soda.
Thanks.
There's the key right there.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
Shit, I'm the only one here. I should probably go set it. But I hear Broly's.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Flying Nimbus! Oh man.
Well, he was going to C, so I think I'm just gonna hit the A. Those guys suck. They play good as survivors, but like you said, they play bad when they have a raider and a survivor match.
You found another power key. Use it quick.
Damn, the whole squad's in A. We need to find one more Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, I don't have a Dragon Ball radar.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Did we lose the Dragon Ball? No, we did not.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls.
He had the last. Broly had the last ball. If he gets his level 4, I'm gonna try to grab the transfer. If we can summon as well. Just put as much time on the time machine as possible. Just go hide.
Consider it done.
Damn it!
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Here comes the pain!
Like, how do you fight this guy, man? Possible.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
if he gave up. WT. Good job, guys. Like I said, we were only gonna win if we summoned and we got the transfer, but we didn't need the transfer. Everyone did their part. So solid win.
They appear to be resonating from within our known multiverse, Alama continues, though the time chamber that they are seemingly being held within seems to be shrouded in darkness, but even now, these vibrations have allowed for me to go and narrow down their location to a small cluster of realms, which I am still trying to pinpoint in locating their exact whereabouts. And so while thankfully they have not been dragged out and taken outside of our known multiverse and into the Omniverse, Alama says, having me track down their exact location may take a few more minutes in order for this to go and fully work, as Whis went on to then quickly respond. So then in between that time that is needed for you to go and locate and retrieve the Super Dragon Balls before the Dark Masters can go and use them again, what do you suggest that I go and do in the meantime in order to help better aid our cause during this dire situation? As Alama went on to then respond, for the time being I would urge for you to go and inform the other angels to stand by in case we will need for them to assist us, and as it would be best for us to be safe in knowing that we have the others here to help us in case something were to go wrong, then it is for us to be unprepared, with Whis responding, and then so now let's just say if we were to go and hurry and snag the Super Dragon Balls before they can go and be used by the Dark Masters again, then where exactly are we to go and keep them, lest we otherwise run the risk of having to let the Dark Masters go and bring them into another world again, with Zalama responding, well, if I am able to go and pull them out in time and avoid having these demons go and misuse the Super Dragon Balls again, then the safest possible place that I know that these demons wouldn't dare go and cross into lest they warrant their own destruction would be Lord Zeno's world. And while I must admit that these Dark Masters have proven to be quite resourceful, their magic, while it has been proven to be formidable, is not invincible, Zalama says, for the very faint echoes of the Super Dragon Balls energy themselves continues to provide me with the breadcrumbs that I need in order to go and follow their trail in locating the realm in which they are all hiding in, and if what I can sense is to be true, then I may in fact know on which of these realms they are all currently being kept within, but I cannot go on to know for sure unless I am given a few more minutes to search, Zalama says. And so while I have narrowed these realms down from a few million just to a few thousand, while I continue to narrow these down to a few hundred and ultimately down to a few dozen, I will need for you to go on and inform the others so that they may all be prepared in case anything were to go and happen, because while I have no doubt that we will go and find and lay claim over the Super Dragon Balls in just a few moments, Zalama continues, and I fear that this will not end without a battle to ensue, which is why I ask for you to go and warn the others just in case we are to need them, with Whis responding, then I will go and do what I can if it's for the greater good of our world. And so now, brothers and sisters of the Angelic Order, Whis went on to then summon his staff by then responding, and I hereby go on to bring you news of great importance and news that demands for your immediate attention and unwavering vigilance, for as you may already suspect, the theft and misuse of the Super Dragon Balls have plunged our multiverse into a great peril, as even while things appear to be grim, I had the extraordinary privilege of finding and joining forces with Zalama, as together, we are hereby only narrowing down the location of which of the many realms the Super Dragon Balls are being kept captive within, as Zalama is working tirelessly to go and pierce the veil of dark magic that conceals reveals their location so that we may ultimately once again go and retrieve the Super Dragon Balls within our possession, but for our task is far from complete and the risks surrounding it grow with each passing moment as we strive to go and complete this mission. But even now while we do, Whis continues, and I am going out of my way to go and reach out to all of you because this is not merely a matter of retrieval, but it is a matter of preservation and caution, Whis says, for I only go on to urge you all to maintain a sharp vigilance over your universes and pay very close attention to any unusual disturbances, whether they just so happen to manifest as temporal distortions, energy anomalies, or strange portals forming in and around your worlds. And so while Zalama and I work towards retrieving the Super Dragon Balls, Whis continues, the Demon Realm's rebellion must not be underestimated, for their refusal to relinquish the Super Dragon Balls, should we succeed in locating them, will only most certainly result in conflict, and we must go on to be ready for any action against the multiverse will require for us to go and stand forward, for you must also be prepared for the possibility of being called into action, Whis says, and as even though we angels are not meant to directly interfere within mortal or divine affairs, the magnitude of this crisis may require for us to step beyond our usual roles if it means standing to defend the multiverse, as should that very need go on to arise, Whis continues, then I will go and summon you all directly, and so be ready to respond without hesitation, for if that moment comes, then it will demand unity and swift action, to which all the while back within Universe 11, we only then take a look and seeing as to how Belmont was being fed grapes as he was relaxing while Margarita had overheard Whis' message, with Belmont having to then quickly respond, "Go on now, just one more ought to do it."
Let's see what the Namekian and his little friends are capable of.
The experience is over. That sucks. I was trying to boost my Vegeta. I got my Majin Buu and my Cell boosted at least.
What a bunch of wimps. You'll be dead soon. So allow me to show you the true power of a Saiyan elite.
Talking all this shit. Alright, let's see what's up with Vegeta.
Soil here looks perfect. Throw in some Cybermen. Make them suffer, Cybermen.
Come on, give me some civilians, bro. Nothing? One. Alright, need one more. Bro, there's usually a lot of civilians over here. We only got two. Oh, they planted our AP quick.
Like you and me are thinking the same thing, Vegeta. No way a small boy like you stands a chance against the mighty Nappa! Ha!
Swear I heard someone just now. These guys have that stupid vehicle movement speed. They're gone. It's hard to match up with that vehicle movement speed. I'm gonna try to waste my time, bro. You win.
Here we go.
Let's see, shit.
Here comes the pain!
No, I'm not gonna go in there and fight you. Stupid Cyberman.
Let's get to it! Time for some fun!
I get jumped. How the hell do I get up there? This guy disappeared, but he's gone. Okay, there's some guys over here. I think I need one more civilian
Finally!
or one more survivor.
Twerps are in for a world of pain!
You know me, I usually play with Frieza, so I'm not that good with these guys.
You're dead meat! I believe it's time we end this little game.
This is not that good because it's gonna take like a while to get back my level 3. Sorry, not my level 3, my 8th form. Let me just put some time on this, do some damage on this time machine before they try to jump me. That firewall is not stopping me. Yeah, try to I'm Vegeta in real life. Play with me.
What a bunch of wimps.
Y'all ran away. What a bunch of wimps. I unfortunately couldn't get my grade 8 for him, but it's all good. XP boost. Wah, 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 wah.
As these grapes are just absolutely delicious. But tell me something, Margarita. And just what exactly is all this talk that I hear Weeson having to go and explain himself over there, eh? For I haven't went and seen you on edge like this in quite some time. And so now what exactly is going on that seemingly has you on edge like this, Belmont questions? Or you ought to go and be shown relaxing instead, with Margarita responding, well, I do wish that this were easier to go and explain to you since I just got back into Universe 11 after all, but well, there appears to be something that is taking place which is placing us all on high alert, which just may in fact endanger this universe if we don't go and deal with this issue before it gets any worse. Which, speaking of, now this was an unexpected surprise. Pride Troopers Dispo, Topo, and Jiren, Margarita says. And what goes on to go and bring the three of you here onto Lord Belmont's planet like this? For you all appear to be troubled by something from what I can tell, as Topo then went on to respond, we are sorry to have come here on such short notice, but we came here to go and speak with both yourself and Lord Belmont in regards to dangerous matters which just so happens to pose a risk in putting Universe 11 in grave danger, with Belmont responding, in danger you say? Belmont then went on to question, and what danger could our universe be facing at the moment that calls for my attention? Because the last time that I went and faced a challenge like this was when that bastard Angel Myrna was on the loose, which resulted in the destruction of everything. And so now fill me in on the details, with Jiren having to then chime in, it would only now appear as though that invaders from the demon realm have breached the boundaries of our universe, for their presence threatens the stability that we have worked so tirelessly to maintain, as their ambitions stretch far beyond just mere conquest, for they also seek to dismantle the very fabric of which we stand for, which is ultimately why we are all here before you now, Lord Belmont, as the Pride Troopers and I come here to seek out your approval for what is to come. However, even now, there is more to this than the security of our very universe, because during my confrontation with these invaders, Jiren continues, I went on to carry on in having to come face to face with a demon whose very aura I could never forget, for it was the very same demon who went on to destroy my family, my home, and Master Gichin. For this demon that goes by Kodos is the very embodiment of everything that I have fought against, and it has returned to spread its shadow over Universe 11 that I had sworn to protect. And so now therefore, because he is now here, I will not go and allow for him to go and try to do what he did before ever again, Jiren continues. And so because of this, I ask you, Lord Belmont, to go and grant the Pride Troopers full authorization to operate without constraints, as I only hereby ask you to go and let them take the fight to the invaders wherever that fight may end up leading. But as for myself, I only want to go and ask something more personal of you, for I want to go and ask you to go and allow me to pursue this demon, and to only go on to do so without the fear of punishment or restraint, even if that means that I must bulldoze my way through various different corners within Universe 11 to go and reach him, Jiren continues, for I cannot go and allow for this creature to go and escape me like how he did ever again. And while we hereby ask for you to go and give us the approval that we need to ensure Universe 11's survival, Topo then went on to quickly add, bad. We cannot hope to go and do this without you having to trust our judgment, Lord Belmont, and so that is why we hereby come to you with grace and having to ask you for your help in allowing for us to go and do what we need to do. As Belmont then went on to stand up by addressing the Pride Troopers by responding, then if what it is that you are all telling me here is to be true, then I hereby grant you all full access to go and do what is needed in order to maintain Universe 11's security in doing what needs to be done to destroy these demons and rid them from our world for good. But what I will also go as far as to say is that you will not be going into this war against such creatures on your own, Belmont continues, as this very threat calls for something greater and having it call for the return of the man who once stood alongside the Pride.
Oh, you don't understand. Your time is already at an end. I'll admit, I didn't think you were capable of reaching this level of power. Let us finish this. Indeed. No more games or half measures.
I don't know what's going on right now, bro.
Pitiful.
No
Such
VPN.
is the way of human pests.
Just getting lucky. Well, I lost play already. That sucks. When you lose a player from the start, your odds of winning goes down dramatically.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You have my thanks.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Swear I heard a civilian, but okay. I don't know where the hell this guy is if he's not over here.
Someone! Please save me!
When I just had to be after.
You have my thanks. Flying Nimbus!
Starts from over here, so
Power key. Use it quick.
see if we can find the key.
Welcome. Thank you.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Yeah, level 2. I think I heard another civilian.
You know what to do with that key.
We getting key rush and no one's saving that guy. He's probably camping his body. Oh, he got saved.
Welcome.
Thanks.
This is bad. Flying Nimbus! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Welcome.
Down 2 players, not good. those last two can get to level 2, that would be great.
Someone.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what
Not
danger
looking good,
awaits.
guys.
Think before rushing in.
Who's this guy?
Flying Nimbus!
I do have the power key right there, so I can find an E key. No one else finds it. Mine's on AOL dial-up 2026, bro. Upgrade that package. Get that Starlink.
What's the big idea? Flying Nimbus! Thought I was a goner.
Oh, there goes another one. Like, what a waste, man.
Use it to hold the enemy back. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Not dawdle. You mortals have limited lifespan. No.
I don't know if he saw me come in here. Gotta stay still. Fucking civilian making all this damn noise, now you dead. This guy killed like 3 civilians in a row, unfortunately. I know he's close by. Either he knows I'm down here and is waiting for me to come out. Because why is he not in D? He's just hiding in C. I can hear some Asu's loud ass mouth. Told you he was waiting for me.
I won't hold back.
I'm getting jumped.
Flying Nimbus!
Have to leave him.
Oh man.
Come on, Claire, go do something. Why are you over there? Bro, I knew he knew I was down there for some reason. He was waiting for me to come out. The minute I came out, he got me. He put in some work. Look at his health.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
to get my dragon change back. Alright, so we all have a dragon chain, so we can just jump him.
Holy hell.
Where's that other level 3? It's that stupid girl. She's all the way over there. Like, we're both level 3. We can jump him right now, you know. Okay, let me go try to save this guy. Where is this woman, dog? What are you doing, bro? Now bro, this guy got his health back. What a waste.
Stay calm.
Too late, bitch. Kill this girl, man. This girl's so stupid, bro. All he needed was 3 bars of health and he would have killed her. Instead, she wants to fucking play stupid. Then he got his health back. I'm going down with the ship, yo. Fuck it. This dumbass girl, man. Swear to God, it's so stupid.
And cleanse it of all that is impure. So begins the Jubilee, heralding the arrival of a divine new world.
Oh, woman, good for nothing. Should've blocked her.
Troopers as one of their own, for it has been countless years since I stepped down as a Pride Trooper to assume my role as God of Destruction, for I thought my days of standing beside you all as an equal and as your comrade were long behind me, but the emergence of these demons demands that I reclaim that very mantle and standing side by side with you all once more, and as I will not go and have what happened with Myrno here to ever go and happen within Universe 11 as it did ever again, Belmar continues. And while
grabbing that transfer would have made no sense because those 2 guys were dying and that girl was absolutely worthless. So I would have grabbed the transfer and got cooked anyway. So I just went down with the ship.
Understand that you will not be alone, as I will not merely observe this from the sidelines while you go and do this, but instead I will go on to lay claim and fight alongside you as a fellow Pride Trooper once more. And
there's no way I can 1v1 the Raider at level 4.
No matter how far we will need to go.
I don't got that
to
much
which it was
skills,
only all the while in the meantime when then having to venture on back into Universe 7, we only from that point then take a look and seeing as to how Gohan and Goku were now able to finally reach Lemo, Shilai, and Broly, as Goku went on to address everyone by then responding. And so there you guys have it. So that's pretty much the gist of everything that's been happening around here, which is why we need to go and try to get you guys off of Vampa as soon as we can, with Lemo responding, "Oh no, it's just like that angel that we went and battled all over again." And so if that ends up being the case, where do you think would be the best place for all of us to go then, if not here, with Goku responding, "Well, our best bet for now is to go and gather everyone together on Lord Beerus's world, just so we can know that we can have the best chances of surviving in case something were to go and happen. And even though we aren't quite sure on what their next move is going to be, it's better for us to go and be gathered around Beerus and Whis in the meantime," Goku continues, "just in case an invasion were to go and suddenly happen, which would call for all of us to go and fight as one," with Lemo having to then turn towards Shilai by responding, "Oh, well, if that's the case, then I think that we should go and take their word for it and get the heck off this planet as fast as we can if it means having to save our tails from whatever these demons have planned for us. Because I don't know about you, but I'd rather go and be with that destroyer god than remain here all alone," with Shilai responding, "Yeah, and I'm with you on that, and so we should go and get a move on now before it's too late," with Broly having to address Goku by then responding, "And I appreciate you and having to come all this way and having to warn us of what it was that you had experienced, Kakarot. Kakarot, and because of this, I will go on to ensure to fight by your side just as I once did against that angel, and so whatever it is that you want me to go and do, and wherever it is that you want for us to go, I will follow, with Gohan having to be shown turning towards Goku by them responding, "Hey Dad, you also went on to mention something about seeing those demons down there go and open or at least be able to use some kind of a strange portal to go on and jump from world to world faster than you've ever seen, right Dad? Because if that ends up being the case, then why don't we simply just go and bring the fight on over to them instead of having these creatures go and bring the fight on over to us?" Gohan questions. Which in any case, if you also just so happen to go and think about this, if we do happen to go and agree on this, then do you think that maybe you can replicate what it was that you had seen from that demon Kibi and maybe see if you can go into the demon realm instead? Well, that'd be a little tricky, Goku then went on to quickly ponder by responding, because when Kibi had went and opened it and sent me back into Universe 7, I could feel something strange in the air, like the energy wasn't coming from him, but rather from the demon realm itself, and so it almost felt as though it was more like he went and reached out and pulled the essence of the demon world itself to go and bend space and time in order for him to go and do it, for it is a very dangerous power from what I've seen, but I understand on why you think that we might need to go and use it, and so it's better for us to go and bring the fight on to them before they can go and do the same here to us here, and so although I think he went and did something like this, I'll go and give it a try and see if I can open one, but even if I do, it'll be best for us to go and head back onto Beerus's world first and gather the others before we go and make our way in, Goku says, and so now, I guess let's just go and see if I can go and replicate what Kibi did and see if it works within our favor, Goku continues. Now he did go on to mention something about forging his energy and condensing it into a singular point, almost like the portals that Myrna was using, but it'll be a little tricky, Goku continues, and that's simply because I also think that in order for me to go and pull this off, I'll need to go and try to tap into the demon realm first and see if I could draw some of its power up for this to go and work, with Gohan responding, "Hey wait, I think it's working, yeah, I think it's working Dad, well at least it looks like you may have actually gotten something going here, but it also seems to be very faint, almost like you'll need something more in order for this to work, or at least maybe more power to go and try to perhaps fuel its energy source in order for this to go and work, and so what do you think?" with Goku responding, "Well, I don't really think that that's the case here, but oh, I knew I should have went and asked for Kibi to try and show me how it's done before I left, as I don't think that I'll be able to go and get one open fully unless I were to somehow go and use the demon realm's essence as my main source of power," Goku says. "Hey, wait a minute, right there, I think you may have gotten something going there, Dad, but it's extremely faint," Gohan says. "Maybe you should try and perhaps go and power up and see if that'll speed up the process or something, don't you think? So it only seems to be the more logical approach to go about this, and so do you think that it'll work?" with Goku having to then respond, "Well, I'm not really honestly sure if that'll help or not, but I can go and try to see if," but then it was only from within that very moment from out of nowhere, as Broly was the only individual amongst that group that was able to detect with something having to rapidly make its way towards our heroes, was when Broly was then shown having to take immediate action by having to swoop on in and grabbing one of the demons that was making its way towards our heroes by the throat and slamming him on down, was when Gohan went on to quickly turn around by shouting, "Hey, whoa, and just what the heck just got into bro? Hey, wait a second, Dad, look! I think it's another one of those demons from the demon realm again. I think they found us," with Lemmo having to then shout, "What? You've got to be kidding me already? But the two of you had just practically had gotten here no less than 15 minutes ago, and so how the heck did that thing just go and try to sneak up on us like that?" with Goku responding, "Hey, you're right, but good thing that Broly was able to go and keep an eye out, because just go and look at the size of that one, it's huge," as Broly went on to then respond, "As if you think that I'm just going to go and allow for you monstrous demon creatures to come onto my world and threaten to destroy everything it was that I had forged here, for coming here and trying to ambush us was a mistake," Broly says, "and it'll be one mistake that I am going to make you pay dearly for, demon." But then it was only surprisingly enough through the other side, as the evolved demon known as Haas was now shown having to step through, was when Haas went on to address Goku by then responding, well, there you all finally are, for I was starting to go and wonder on where it was that you and your little friends had went, but at last I had found you. No, don't tell me that you'd forgotten all about me already, Saiyan, Oz continues, for Master Raijin has given me a second chance to go and right the wrongs of my encounter previously with you, for I will now go and do what I must to go and bring upon honor to his name by destroying you all here and now, with Goku responding, hey, wait a minute, is that the same demon that Lord Beerus was going to go and destroy before Raijin had went and saved him on Lord Beerus's planet? But it just can't be, for he's different and he's stronger. Well then, if it's a fight that you came here and wanting to go and look for, Goku says, then it's a fight that you will most certainly be getting. And I find it quite amusing on how you have all decided to go and gather together on this world in assuming that Lord Raijin wasn't going to go and find you, but now that I have been given a second chance to honor Lord Raijin's name after granting me a new strength to do so, you should all go and know that I don't intend on squandering it here against you, because with this newly found power that is coursing through my body, I will hereby go and make it my mission to weaken every last one of you, both physically, mentally, and spiritually, before I go and hand you all off to Lord Raijin himself to destroy. And so while you may go and think that you are all safe, understand that you will never find peace, so as long as Lord Raijin's will is to be done, which is why you will all suffer in his name, as I will go on to make sure of that personally, Oz continues. And very soon, once we go and carry out his will and finish what was started long ago, then not only will Lord Raijin go on to place himself within the highest ranking position in the entire multiverse and having to rule over you all, but Lord Raijin will also hold dominion over everything, with nothing and no one that will be left to go and dare to stand in his way ever again, Oz continues. And since the three of you are some of Universe 7's mightiest mortal warriors, then you three will be the ones who will pay the price with your lives once this is all over, with Gohan then having to respond, well, I don't know about you guys, but I think I've had enough in having to go and deal with these demons as of late, and so what do you all say then? Shall we go and put an end to them here and now and show these monsters on what our power is truly capable of, or do you want to go and try and see if we can gauge them all first in battle, and having to go and further see in what we'll be going up against in the meantime, Gohan questions? Because quite frankly, I'm getting real tired of having to deal with these creatures back to back to back like this, and so what do you say, Dad? Well, for one, we shouldn't go and underestimate anything that these demons could possibly be capable of and having to do, Goku responds, and so let's just instead go engage them all and first having to see what we're up against in battle before we go off and destroy them, Goku says. And so now in the meantime, Sheila and Lemmo, it's better for you guys to go and get to a safe enough place while we go and do this, because it just might go and get ugly out here in the meantime. So before we go in there and do this, Goku continues, fair warning to you both.
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You're gone.
You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Right down there.
That's a new power key. Place it now. This is bad. Somebody's
Save
down.
me.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
I think I see the cheating going on. But he's gonna hover around the player, so he knows where the player is at.
Great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
I'm seeing it live. Seeing it live.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
That's a new power key.
I see the cheating going on live.
Oh, man.
There those bubbles.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
You know, honestly, we should just get out the match, bro. If that's what's gonna happen, then we're just kind of wasting time right now.
Stay calm.
So just get me out this game, bro.
Somebody's down. Extreme caution if you're going to
We should just screw his match over. Just let him win. Let's just get out of here, man. If anyone revives me, I'll just go get killed again, and we're on to the next. See where he's circling? That's where he's showing him where the key is. Sucks. You guys are seeing this live, bro. Stole my drink. You saw him circling where the keys were, right?
Stay calm. Stay calm.
I owe you one.
Good. On to the next. I'm gonna block these guys though. I'll report them.
both in trying not to go and let your guard down here against them, and let's just go and see on how much power will be needed to crush them all, so that way we can go on to further maintain what we have for later in case we truly might need to go and use it, Goku says. And as we can't just go and chance anything out here against them, so try and remain focused, Goku says, as Haas went on to then quickly shout, "Enough of this! Now go, my fellow hunters! Go and sink your spikes into their flesh, and do not stop pursuing them until they all perish!" Alright, now remember to go and hold your ground, and for you not to go and let any of them out of your sights, Goku then went on to continue. And so now try and remember to save your strength in case we need it briefly, and let's just go and see as to what we're up against here. But then, it was only just upon with the hunters being shown slamming into both Goku and Gohan as Broly was left having to stand off against Haas was when Gohan then went on to quickly respond, "Oh, these things are a lot sturdier than I would have imagined that they'd be, but try not to go and let up here against these things, but from what I can go and see and from the looks of it, I think these things only had decided to go and target us in the meantime, Dad, which means that Broly is all by himself." Well, that I can go and see, but don't let their sudden attacks go and sway you otherwise, especially you, Broly, Goku shouts. But heads up right there in front of you, because it looks as though the bigger one over there is coming right after you, Broly. But then, it was only just upon within that very moment as Broly was shown turning into a Super Saiyan, as the newly evolved demon Haas was then shown making his way towards him, was when Haas went on to then quickly respond, "I don't think you mortals quite understand the dangers that you are all placed in within the moment, because with the two of you having to come onto this world for whatever reason that may have been, the end result of what is about to go and take place throughout this rotten universe once Lord Raijin goes and gets his hands on what he seeks will inevitably all end in the exact same way as he had anticipated for it to end, and that'll be through your inevitable destruction." Well, not if we have something to say about it, you won't, Gohan then went on to quickly power up by responding, "For they may be strong, but I do believe that those giant mouths on the front of their bodies is their greatest weakness, Dad. And so now let's go and try to hurry and blast these things back so that we can go and try to get rid of them from our line of sight and focus solely on Demon Haas while we have the chance," Gohan shouts. Right then, and so now there, Goku shouts upon being shown having to let out a blast alongside with Gohan and blasting two of the hunter demons away. "Now go and give it everything you have without going as far as to use your full power, and let's clear right past these two so that we can go and get the main one." "Yes, there we are now," Gohan shouts, and with Broly jumping into using his Super Saiyan form rather than going any higher, it only now appears as though we have them right where we need to be, just as I knew that we would, as Haas went on to then quickly respond, "Oh, but how did you both just go and deal with my hunters so quickly like this? Oh, curse you primal parasites, for you haven't won, not by a long shot, and I stand here before you as proof that you didn't and you won't, Saiyans." Well, maybe now you can go and see that we here in Universe 7 aren't just going to let you demons walk all over us without putting you all right back in your places by proving you wrong, and since we did, now you are left all alone with no one to save you from what you have coming, with Goku having to then chime in, "And since you wanted to be the first one to go and try to use the numbers game here against us, now it's time for us to go and show you by going as far as to return the favor tenfold, demon." To which it was only just upon with Gohan, Broly, and Goku being shown dashing directly towards Demon Haas was when Haas went on to then quickly respond, "So this was your grand plan, huh, Saiyans? For did you really go and think that I would go and come here all alone? No, you fools. For we demons are never truly alone, because even while I stand before you as one, I carry the power and will of the entire demon realm here with me, as you are not just fighting me, but you are rather fighting all of us." To which it was only from behind Haas, as multiple energy beams were then shown having to make its way through the smoke, we only then begin to take a look as to how the tables were now beginning to shift within the favor of the demons, as Haas went on to then continue, "Ah yes, very good. For my reinforcements have finally arrived, and who better to be sent out here to crush you all than by sending out one of the strongest machine demons within the entire demon realm. For now you mortals are in for a very rude awakening, and so now you are all in for it," as Ultimate Gohan then went on to respond, "What an insanely powerful burst of energy attacks, but where in the world are they coming from? And why are these attacks so heavy? Oh, if we don't go and try to do something quick, then it'll simply go on to overtake us all here, Dad. But then, it was only surprisingly enough through the other side, as the elite machine demon known as Mechimyro was then shown having to step through in blasting Broly, Gohan, and Goku, was when Mechimyro then went on to respond. How utterly pathetic of you mortals to go and assume that we are not without protecting our own, for Lord Raigen's will is absolute, and with I as his instrument of chaos, he has sent me into this universe to purge it of all those who dare to stand and oppose him, as I am hereby ready to battle you all, for this day will be remembered as your last, because I don't plan on stopping until each and every single one of you are destroyed, no matter the cost. Mechimyro continues, for you were lucky to have escaped us once before, Son Goku, but know this, for you will not be so lucky to go and escape us as you did ever again. As Goku then went on to respond, oh no, I think I remember him from when Kibi and I were attempting to avoid being seen by him, and we've got to go and stand our ground here, you guys, because I think that this is going to be a tough one. But then, it was only through the other side, as Super Saiyan Broly was then shown rapidly making his way ever so closer towards Mechimyro, was when Ultimate Gohan then went on to quickly shout, wait, no, don't do it, Broly! Oh, darn it! We're sitting ducks out here if we don't go and do something quick here, Dad, because I'm not sure if Broly's going to be able to handle that guy out there all by himself, and so we've got no other choice than to go even higher than what we are now, because, well, the longer we go and hold out, then the worse this could probably end up becoming, especially since we kind of already see as to where these two stand. But it was even despite with Super Saiyan Broly's best attempts of having to attack Mechimyro, with Mechimyro being shown having to wrap Broly around several cables before being shown having to electrocute him, was when Goku then went on to quickly respond, oh darn it, I was hoping that it wouldn't come down to this and having us go and use our strongest levels of power so soon, but it looks like we are left with no other choice then, and so now let's go and hurry and use our full strength in hopes of getting that machine off of him, because if he is able to go and grab hold of Broly and electrocute him like this, then it's only going to be a matter of time before Broly's body wears down, with that machine demon having to end his life in the process, and so let's move right now! To which this was immediately what both Gohan and Goku ended up doing, because with Goku being shown jumping straight into his mastered Ultra Instinct form as Gohan jumped into his Beast form, was when the two immediately then went on the attack by simultaneously kicking Mechimyro, with Gohan shouting, that's enough, you metal freak, because if you thought that we were just going to stand idly by and watch you hurt him the way you did, then you have another thing coming then, demon. That's right, Goku then went on to quickly chime back in, and no amount of loyalty to your Dark Lord down there is ever going to go and break our resolve to always stand together in battle no matter what, with Haas responding, curse these Saiyans and their constant rotten interference. Now how should we go about this by having to split them apart and having to keep them divided, Mechimyro? Now hold your ground and do not falter from this momentary pushback, Mechimyro then went on to quickly respond, for I will go and find a way to break them all apart and creating separation between them, and when I do, I will need for you to go and close in and do what must be done to shred them while we have the chance, but you will leave the bigger Saiyan among them all for me to handle, Mechimyro continues, and as I will go and be the one who will ensure his painful destruction. But then, it was suddenly within that very moment, as both Haas and Mechimyro were beginning to sense a very strange and anomalous energy begin to surge and having to garner both of their attentions, was when Haas went on to then quickly respond, wait, Mechimyro, are you sensing what I'm sensing at the moment? For could this truly be what I think for this to be? Because if it is, Haas continues, then what should our next move go and be, since we are already locked in battle at the moment, with Mechimyro responding, yes, for the hour of the beast is at long last here, which only means that our work here must be cut short until we are to return again. For we are all now to go and return back within the demon realm for the time being and be with Lord Raigen as we we wait to find out on what he wants for us to go and do, Mekimiro continues. And so now in the meantime, let us go and gather whatever of our forces are left and make our return at once, for we are not to go and miss this if this truly is what we suspect for this to be, Haas. And so now let's go, with Beast Gohan then having to chime in. Hey, wait, look, something's wrong, because is it just me, or does it seem as though they are starting to lay off here? Because whatever it was that just happened, Gohan continues, it almost looks as though it now has their full and undivided attention. And so what do you think is going on that has them all on edge like this, with their guards now having to be lowered? With Goku responding, I'm not really sure, but we can't just stand around here and just wait to find out either. And so now what are you two doing? Goku then went on to further question, because we know that you are both more than likely planning something here, and so whatever it is that you are both whispering about over there isn't going to be something that'll work. And so now what's it going to be? With Mekimiro responding, rejoice in this temporary moment that you call victory while you can, because now that the hour of the beast has finally arrived, this was now the very moment that we demons from the demon realm have been waiting for, Mekimiro continues. For Lord Raijan's vision is nearing its completion, and with it, the true might of the demon realm will soon descend upon you all once we are to return. But I want you all to go and know this, for this display of so-called unity will mean nothing when we return for you, because the next time we find you, and we will find you, Mekimiro continues, we are going to most definitely break you, for you should have tried to go and finish us off while you had the chance. But now that you are all out of time, the next time we fight will most certainly be your last, Saiyans. Just you wait. As Broly then surprisingly went on to then dash towards Mekimiro with Gohan shouting, oh wait, so no, Broly, don't be foolish enough to go and try to go after them like this, because they could be baiting us into falling from one of their traps, and so don't do it! Oh darn it, he doesn't seem to be listening, Dad! With Mekimiro then shown having to blast his way back through the portal by then responding, worry not, savage beast, for I will ensure to go and keep my eye on you, especially for the next time that you and I are to do battle against one another, Mekimiro continues. You will not be so lucky to escape the clutches of my wrath like how you were shown being able to do before ever again. And so now until we meet again soon, Broly. To which it was only just upon within that very moment as Beast Gohan went on to grab Broly by the shoulder in preventing Broly from following Mekimiro, was when Gohan then went on to quickly respond, Broly, wait, you've got to go and try to calm down and listen to me, because we can't just have you go and follow them in there, because there is no telling on what is left that is waiting for you if you go in there alone. And so now you've got to go and try to get a grip on your power and listen to us by not making the same mistake and having to go and rush on through there. And that is simply because there is no telling on what that realm is like, or if they're purposely trying to bait us into falling for a possible trap by going in there. And so you've got to try and calm down, Broly. Oh, they've retreated yet again, Goku then went on to chime back in. But what exactly did they go and mean by what they just said, Goku questions. But even now on top of it all is, does anyone else feel that in the air, Goku questions? Or something doesn't seem to feel right, but I really can't go and put my finger as to why that is or what that could possibly be. And that is simply because whatever that is, or whatever it was that those demons had went and meant, is something that I do not have a good feeling about, and I can't help but wonder as to what that is or what they could be planning. But it's certainly not going to be anything good, which is also exactly why we need to be very careful in making sure that we don't go and let our guard down. With Gohan being shown powering back down by responding, hey, yeah, I'm starting to feel something different within the air now too, but what do you think it is, Gohan questions? And more importantly is, what did you think those demons went and meant by the hour of the beast has finally arrived, Gohan continues? Because even though I know that if the fight had went and carried on for just a little longer, then the tides would have certainly shifted within our favor, but I just simply can't help but wonder as to what they went and meant and what their next move is going to be, because whatever it is that they're going and planning to go and try to use against us next, we can't let them go and escape again, no matter what. With Goku having to then chime back in, listen, it's better for us not to go and waste any more time, since we don't really know as to what those demons are planning here against us. And while I'm not quite sure on what this strange surge of energy is that we're sensing, and I have no doubt in my mind that those Dark Masters are more than likely behind whatever it is that's going on here, and so it's better for us to go and hurry and make our way back onto Lord Beerus' Beerus's world, so that way we can go and hurry and figure out as to what we're going to do before it's too late, Goku continues. And so let's hurry and go so that we can go and make our way back by informing both Vegeta and Lord Beerus with what just happened and see what our next move is going to be, to which all the while in the meantime, as this was shown happening when then having to venture on over into one of the hidden time chambers with the Dark Masters, we only then further go on to take a look and having to see them all gathered together moments before having to summon the dragon, as the Dark Master leader Toro went on to then quickly respond, "The hour of Master Raigen's rise is hereby finally at hand, and while we cannot go and waste a single moment in having this all be for nothing, we are to hurry and go and call upon the dragon right now and have him grant Lord Raigen's wish before something were to go and happen, which will go and prevent us in having to see this mission through until the very end. Do you understand? And as we cannot go and allow for anything to stand within our path, especially not now, and so the time is now." But surprisingly enough, within this very moment at the same time when then having to venture on over to Zalama and Whis, as Zalama was now finally able to locate the realm in which the Dragon Balls were being kept hidden within, was when Zalama then went on to respond, "There it is, for it would appear as though I was able to finally trace and track down the exact location on which of the many expanding time chambers those demons had been keeping them within, and as their energy source that I am sensing appears to be radiating from this very time chamber itself," with Whis responding, "Well, excellent work, Lord Zalama, and which of these many time chamber realms did those Dark Masters just so happen to go and hide the Super Dragon Balls inside of? And more importantly, is how will we be able to go and pull them out in time before those Dark Masters can go and use them again?" Whis questions, and as I do fear that they may in fact be aware of our presence here, which is why we must go and act quickly before they are able to go and catch on, with Zalama responding, "No, something's wrong, for I fear that it is not about having to wonder about our presence having to be discovered, because I do already believe that they are onto us," Zalama says. And I say this to say that the reason on why I believe that they are onto us, Zalama continues, is because unfortunately enough, they have already summoned the dragon by using the Super Dragon Balls, as I cannot actively attempt to go and retrieve them unless the dragon has already granted their wish in the meantime, Zalama continues, which hereby now ultimately locks us within a stalemate, because they cannot be pulled out unless the orbs are to return to their original and normal positions. But there may in fact actually still be a way, and so I will do what I must before they can be allowed to go and make their wish within the time chamber, to which all the while in the meantime, as the Dark Masters were then shown having to summon the Super Dragon, was when Super Shenron then went on to quickly respond, "You who have called upon and have summoned me by using all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls, what is your wish that you seek for me to grant?" Shenron questions. "Speak now and state your wishes before my presence," as the leader of the Dark Master Toro went on to then point out by then responding, "And now then, dragon, for we have waited long enough, and so if there was ever a better time for us to go and have our most important wish be granted, then that time is going to be right here, right now, and so this is what we will order for you to go and do, for we are hereby running out of time, and we cannot go and run the risk of having us lose the Super Dragon Balls before our wish can be granted, and especially since they now appear to have all been located by an outside source, and so now you will go and do as we say, or you will be destroyed. Do you understand? And as Lord Raigen waits for us, and you will go and give him what he wants, whether it is within your power to grant or not," Toro continues, "for the great awakening will ensue as Lord Raigen's time will finally come into the forefront, and we will use that fallen angel's very essence along with his power in order to go and make sure that it happens, and so now this is what we will go and need for you to do, and as we demand for you to go and give it to us right now." Very well then, what is your wish that you desire for me to go and grant? Speak now, for you have kept me waiting longer than you should, and so now what is your wish? For I will not be kept waiting any longer, and so speak your wish now, with Toro being shown responding, "Now our demands are for you to go and merge the essence and the power of the former fallen angel Myrna with the might and the power of Lord Raigen, god of the demon realm, in further having to go on to combine their powers by granting Lord Raijin dominion over Murno's former glory, but not by simply having it be a mere equal. But we demand for Lord Raijin to be stronger than Murno ever was, in giving him access to all of Murno's powers and abilities right this moment. For his nature, along with his potential, is to be amalgamated now into one, with Super Shenron then having to respond, although I am able to go and grant your wish if you choose to proceed, but I first must go and warn you that to merge the power of the fallen angel Murno with the demon god Raijin is to introduce a very dangerous instability. For the fusion of both angelic and demonic powers has never been attempted before for good reason, for such forces are fundamentally incompatible as their very nature is destined to conflict, for there will be no telling on what may come out of such a wish in the long term after having it be granted, as I will now go on to ask you one last time on if this is something that you want me to go and carry out, for the long-term effects of having to merge such a power may end up backfiring on its host in the future, and so, will this be your final answer on what you want your wish to go and be, with Toro being shown then having to shout, "Nonsense, dragon, for there is no such danger that awaits Lord Raijin once his wish is granted, and so do not go and question our intentions by giving us a warning, and do as we ask for you to go and do right now, dragon. And so now go and grant us our wish as we demand for the fallen angel Murno and Lord Raijin's power to be merged into one right now, and so do it now before we are all out of time." Very well then, Super Shenron then went on to quickly shout, "For your wish of having me go and merge together by combining the powers along with the natures of both the fallen angel Murno and the original god of the demon realm Raijin shall hereby now be granted." To which all the while back now in the demon realm, as Raijin was then shown having to await his wish to be granted as a spark of energy and the mysterious shadow of power were then making its way ever so closer towards Raijin, was when Raijin then went on to quickly respond, "Yes, and there it is, for at long last the time for my ultimate ascension into going beyond the highest of the gods has finally arrived. For now I will ensure that with Murno's power along with his essence becoming one with my own, I will soon after go on to usher in a new utopia, the likes of which have never been seen, and with it, I will not only go far beyond my former glory in reaching new levels of strength that were never thought to be possible before, but I will finally have what I've been longing for with the very essence of all life now left within my hands to decide. And so now come forth and combine your nature along with my own, as together," Raijin continues, "we will go on to carry on and together creating the new ultimate weapon of war and destruction, and so now join me. Join me into becoming one so that I may go and rule over all creation as its supreme and commanding God. All-powerful, all-knowing, almighty, all-ruling, and all unstoppable. For the hour of my reign has finally come at last." To which, as Raijin was then shown having to undergo his metamorphosis, was when Toro then went on to quickly respond, "And so now quickly now, let us go and be with Lord Raijin in welcoming his new evolution, for we must show our loyalty to him and stand by his side, as we will go and hurry and chain the Super Dragon Balls in place for now, so that we may go and hurry back to ensure that they are not taken from us while we go and join Lord Raijin for this great and rare ceremony no matter what." But wait a minute, Gira then went on to quickly chime back in, "And how are we so sure that they will remain in place by the time we arrive?" And as I only go on to ask this because the last thing that we want to go and do is have us go and lose them while they remain within our possession, as Toro then went on to respond, "Which is why we must go and try to make this quick, because while we cannot remain where we are without watching over the Super Dragon Balls, our allegiance to Lord Raijin comes first. And so while we have the Super Dragon Balls locked in place for the time being, I can already sense the others in having to gather together to Toro continues. And so we are to go and meet with Lord Raijin as the Demon Realm gathers together to go and join him as he is about to usher in a new era for us all, as we are to go and ensure that our next wish is to be just as important as the ones that we had already made, which will only require for us all to go and use the information given to us by our elite demons in order for us to go and ensure that we do not fail as we once did. Am I understood? It's incredible that Lord Raijin's power can even be felt from all the way here while currently in the time chamber as we speak. For we are to hurry then if we don't want to go on to miss this very moment, as Jogo then went on to quickly chime back in. Yes, and while I also second this and being amazed at what we are able to sense forging from all the way within this time chamber, this is only but a testament as to what awaits those mortals and gods alike, and so let us go while the Leviathan goes and keeps guard of the Super Dragon Balls, so that way we may go and hurry and attend his ultimate transformation at once, to which as all four Dark Masters were then shown having to make their way back was when Toro then went on to respond, yes, as am I, but there, let us go on to witness the dawn of a new era of power, for the time of Lord Raijin's leadership and the time for his rule over all life is finally here, Dark Lords, and so now come. Let us go on to take a knee in his honor, for we are proud to stand alongside you through thick and through thin, for we have waited for this very moment for a very long time, as we were there for you then, as we are here for you now, Dark Lord, for the hour of your ultimate reign now awaits us, to which as Raijin was then shown finally completing his transformation was when Raijin then went on to quickly respond, I have waited eons to see this very moment through, especially since the very day where I was captured and imprisoned. For that nightmare I vow to never allow to happen to me again, for now that I have exactly what it was that I have been seeking, and now that I am able to become everything that I dreamt of becoming, at long last the time of my ultimate reign of unrivaled dominance is finally at hand. As a terrified Kibi then went on to quickly respond, I don't believe it. That's Lord Raijin? So this is what the power of that fallen angel feels like. Raijin then went on to address himself by having to look down in his hand by responding, for it is incredible in asking on how could Myrno have been this powerful but yet so blinded by his pride in letting such strength just slip right through his fingers the way he did. For now I understand on why he was as dangerous as he was in having to deal with, for I haven't felt anything remotely close to what I'm feeling since first learning about the power of the Grand Minister, but even now, I am hereby the first to lay claim over such a title, for I am hereby the very embodiment in wielding the might of an angel while combined with the infinite malice of the first ever demon god. But even now, I am much more than I could have ever have dreamed in becoming, for I am now far more than I ever could have hoped in having to be when I was in my prime, and that is simply because now that I have evolved myself into reaching the peak of my absolute potential, Raijin continues, with this new and rejuvenated body I could go on to achieve anything, in which I shall, and very soon, once I go and gather together and collect all three of those configuration cubes, my destiny will at last be complete. As the Dark Master Gira then went on to quickly respond, for we are hereby honored to be present and to be here to serve you, Lord Raijin, as we are ready to go and continue your bidding, my master, with Toro having to then chime in, yes, and now that you are at the apex of your power, the Demon Realm awaits your orders, as we are hereby ready to go and continue to serve you and do as you ask for us, Lord Raijin, for we are at your service. Good, as you should, Raijin responds. Now rise, my Dark Masters, for there is still much more for us to go and do that needs to be done, for you have all done well in having to see your mission through by having to grant me the power that I sought. However, Raijin went on to then continue, because now that I have acquired the power of the mightiest angel to ever exist, only second to that of the Grand Minister, the time
Flying Nimbus! Trunks, I've set a super time machine
For a second, I forgot we're playing against baby. Shouldn't be saving civilians right now.
You okay?
You found a power key. Go slot it. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Let's go plant this key. See this guy right there. But does he see me? Yeah, he sees me. Go, go, go! Ah, we were too late. I was hoping he wouldn't see me. I sold.
I owe you one.
Lost my nimbus too. We're out of here.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Great. You know what to do with that key.
I'm putting you out of your misery right now.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
I don't want to waste that soda.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Just the speed keys left. Someone needs to save that level 3.
My revenge is at hand.
Ally down!
Okay, I'm gonna go help.
Rescue them. Watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Before you die, allow me to show
This
you
match isn't
what
looking too good,
fully
guys.
evolved is truly capable of. At long last, the time to fulfill my true. At long last, the time to fulfill my true purpose has come.
Fuck, my Nimbus is gone.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. I've included some ultra-defined water with the supplies. It should purify any abnormalities in the body. Don't worry, I'll take care of the people under Baby's control here. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Here comes a pain. Stay calm. Stay calm.
Hit him.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Supplies.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Now I wanted to get my level 2 at least.
Baby, my lord, accept this and rise again.
Appreciate it, man. We got him with the snipe. Oh, this drink gave me back my Nimbus.
Stay calm.
Flying.
The startup system is under
Fortunately, we need one more Dragon Ball left.
Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine
fucking wall.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh, man.
I've sent the escape
I'm outta
time
here.
machine. Use it to get out of there. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before
I was gonna go hide in there, to be honest. I was about to go hide in there, but I said fuck it. I got out and left the game. We would've got cooked if I did.
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Bro, I went flying. And it's a good thing I had a barrier up because probably would have died.
Time for our reign over all life across the multiverse is finally at hand, and now that I can see into Murno's memories through his very own perspective, there will be no doubt that we are bound to go and be challenged by those who went and waged war against him, for they too will try, as they too will ultimately fail. As Toro went on to then respond, yes, as we go on to second this, Master Raijin, and so what is it that you would want for us to go and do next? Because while we still happen to hold possession of those Super Dragon Balls, I'm afraid that there is a power that seeks them, which leaves us with little time to act if we were to go and use them again, with Raijin responding, so you say that the Super Dragon Balls are being sought after, are they? Then if the source behind this may in fact end up being on whom I suspect for this to be, while this power that I feel that is coursing through my body is still relatively new to me, Raijin continues, and while I have yet to see the full extent of the power in which I wield, I am able to sense life itself, which has grown and spread across the cosmos since my time as the god of the demon realm. But for what it is worth, it is time for us to go on to alter the annals of history so that we may go on to make sure that everything remains within our control, Raijin continues, and so I will make sure to go to any length in order to see that we are to never fall as we once fell ever again. And while I gaze into the voids above, I know that what I'm about to go and do will require a force so powerful that one would only dream of having to wish that they can wield. However, it is because I now wield such power that such concepts are no longer dreams when I can forge them into becoming my very own reality, Raijin continues, as I will go on to do this by consuming them all, not one by one, but rather all of them together at the same time. For I will go on to plunge them all into the depths of our darkness to where there will be no light that will shine bright enough in having to guide them. As Bakara then went on to quickly respond, and what exactly do you think he means by what it is that Lord Raijin is hinting at, Toro? And as I can't seem to make out by what he's trying to imply, and so what do you think this means? With Toro responding, I'm not quite sure, but tell us then, Master, with what it is in which you speak of, what exactly is it that you have in mind that is next, which you look forward in doing? With Raijin being shown turning his head by then responding, the answer to your question on what waits for us next is standing right before your very eyes, Toro. And as what lies ahead is simply the inevitable, Dark Lords, our conquest, our domination, and the ultimate subjugation of the entire multiverse along with it. And with this newly forged power that is now coursing through my very soul, Raijin continues, I will go on to achieve what what that fallen angel Myrno never could have dreamt of achieving, and as I will go on to go and use his former glory to go and do it with too. And while he sought destruction, I, on the other hand, see a far greater purpose, Raijin continues. And as why should I go on to destroy the multiverse as he once wanted to go and do, when we could instead go and corrupt, twist, and bend its very existence to our will, Raijin questions. And as that is exactly what I intend on doing, and I will go on to do it by using this newly granted strength of mine to bend the laws of this multiverse to my will. Because while Myrno's flaw was his narrow-minded vision of absolute destruction and rulership of nothing, Raijin continues, I, on the other hand, am not that short-sighted. For the multiverse is but a fragile tapestry which was woven by the hands of the gods themselves, and as I will further hereby go on to take that very tapestry and plunge it into eternal darkness with no end in sight. As even though what I'm about to go and attempt to go on to do is going to be difficult, I will carry on and use as much of my power as I can in order to see this through until it is finally done. Because while Myrno sought out to leave nothing behind in hopes of attempting to go on and create a new kingdom through the ashes of his actions by destroying the entire multiverse, I, on the other hand, will seek to go on and do the opposite. For what is the value in ruling over nothing when I could simply have it all, Raijin questions, as I will not go on to repeat the same mistakes as he once made, for I will conquer the multiverse not by mere obliteration, but by absolute corruption. For everything will be ours until there is nothing that is left behind that is untouched by our influence, Raijin continues, for I will hereby go on to unify it under the demon realm and having to merge the multiverse's light with our shadow, and not having it be the end, but rather having it all become ours instead. And as the demon realm's essence, along with our very source of strength, will web itself and capture the 12 universes within its vices, for I intend to never let it go. And once I go on to position in having the demon realm hold dominion over the entire multiverse, Raijin continues, then not only will this web of darkness be our new home, but with our authority in place, it'll only be a matter of moments before everything is ours and ours alone. And as I not only expect for this to work within my favor, but I will go on to guarantee that it will. As a curious Gira then went on to quickly respond, wait a second, you don't truly assume that Lord Raijin is going to go out of his way to go and use his power to try and merge the multiverse into one with the demon realm now, is he, Toro? I think he's serious, but surely you don't want to stop and reconsider this now, do you, Master Raijin? Toro questions. For wouldn't you want to go and instead test your powers out in other ways rather than go and potentially use it all up here and now? As I only ask this because, well, there is no telling on what is about to go and happen here if you try this. As a curious demon Kibi went on to then respond, wait, and just what in the world is he planning on doing by what he means? Is he going to go and try and collapse the entire multiverse by merging the demon realm as one with it? As an angry Raijin then went on to release his power by then shouting, no, for the only thing that I will go on to stop and reconsider is making sure that what took place in having us lose once before, in allowing such things to ever go and happen to us here ever again. And so now, let my reign over the entire multiverse finally begin. Dimensional synchronization! To which, terrifyingly enough, within that very moment, as a gigantic burst of energy was then shown making its way out of the demon realm and now having to make its way towards the multiverse, was when the Dark Master Toro then went on to quickly chime back in. I don't believe what I'm seeing, for what we are witnessing isn't just an ordinary display of Lord Raijin's magic and power, but it is rather the manifestation of a technique which was long spoken of that was solely meant to capture and intertwine every corner of the multiverse within the threads of our dominion. As just like a spider that is weaving its web, Lord Raijin will draw the multiverse into the fold of the demon realm and having everything become one under its rule and umbrella. Wait a second, look there, above us through the skies that lie beyond the demon realm, Gira then went on to quickly respond, for it looks as though it is actually working, as each of the 12 universes are now shown having to slowly morph closer towards one another, with Lord Raijin bridging them under what looks to be that of the demon realm. But will this truly go on to work, with Dark Master Jogo having to chime in, as even I cannot believe as to what it is that I'm seeing take place here before us, but if there is anyone that can go and turn this into a reality, then it is undoubtedly Lord Raijin, Jogo says. But even now I can't help but wonder on how this will change things within our favor, for I would have originally had assumed that he would go on to want to destroy the multiverse, not capture it, with Bakara having to then respond, yes, for I second this, because wouldn't it have been better for us to go and just annihilate what already exists and just go on to use the Super Dragon Balls to just go and wish for new universes to be created in their place, with Toro responding, well no, because why start over when Lord Raijin can simply go and rule over what already exists, because while Myrno sought out to go and rule over an empty multiverse with the idea of having to try and go and attempt to create new life for them to go and worship, Lord Raijin on the other hand appears to want to go and punish and enslave those whom already exist by not only corrupting those whom we can, but by also making it very known that this was always what was intended for him to go and rule, Toro continues, and as I have no doubt that with Lord Raijin's monstrous power ripping through the heavens above, he intends instead to go and make everything ours rather than having us rule over one realm such as this one instead, for it is a genius move and one that I know that will work within our favor greatly in the long run as well. I can't believe as to what I'm seeing, Demon Kibi went on to respond upon being shown gazing up towards the sky, but how could this be possible, for such things were once thought to have just been outside of anyone's ability to have to go and do so, but what if I went and allowed myself to go and be a part of? What has Lord Raijin done? With Dark Master Jogo being shown having to then quickly respond, I don't believe it, for it's almost as if I can sense the presence of our realm and now being present everywhere throughout the cosmos. Indeed, as while I second this notion that all of you share, Toro then went on to respond, not only does it now feel as though our realm has grown and expanding itself into every corner of reality, but I am only now beginning to wonder on what this means for us, especially now that it looks as though Lord Raijin's mission is finally complete, as Raijin then went on to quickly respond, and so now, at long last, it is finally done, and although such a feat could have never have been something that I could have been able to achieve without such a power, the multiverse has finally been conquered, not through destruction, but through assimilation, Raijin continues, as the demon realm now pulses through every corner of existence itself, for our very essence here is now intertwined with the fabric of reality, as the multiverse itself is no longer theirs to go and rule, for it now belongs to us, forever fueled by the power of the demon realm, as we have now become the lifeblood of their very existence, and there is no greater power than my own, and nothing that any of those gods or mortals alike are able to go and do that could possibly go on to sever that very connection, Raijin continues, for the multiverse itself has become a conduit for the demon realm's energy by empowering our warriors and leaving their champions to wither under the weight of our dominion, without ever going on to give them a hope in the world and having them go and possibly change that. So everything is now one within our total and absolute control, with no orders of pushback possible unless they were to come from a power that is greater than Lord Raijin's, Jogo responds. Incredible, with Gira then having to chime in, that looks to be correct, but I didn't ever expect for such a feat of power like this to have been possible, let alone in having to watch all of it unfold before our very eyes, for he was truly able to go and do what he set out in wanting to do from the beginning, with Bakara then having to chime in, and so with the multiverse now within our possession, does that mean that those mortals and deities are helpless to go and do anything that will possibly go and change this outcome, with Toro responding, no, not unless they are either able to go and use the Super Dragon Balls to attempt to reverse it, or if they are somehow able to possibly wield a power equal to or greater than Lord Raijin's in reversing the outcome of what it was that Lord Raijin had just done. on, as these would be the only possible outcomes in having to reverse this, with Raijin then having to be shown responding. And so now, from this moment forward, every battle, every conflict, and every act of defiance will occur on our terms, Raijin says, for the multiverse itself has become our ally and a weapon that ensures our victory no matter the cost. As this is only but the first stages of my ultimate and grand plan, but now that we are at the apex of power across every world that exists within the multiverse, our demon realm now sits at the highest point in being what will power them all, unless I say otherwise. For this was one of my grand plans from the very beginning, my Dark Lords, and now that we are all in full control of what is about to go and take place within this existing multiverse, Raijin continues, and I will now go on to create the domain of my throne in giving way to my new place of rest, which will go on to sit at the very top of this newly crowned God King mountain. Raijin went on to then stick his arm out by responding, and as from the ashes of their so-called order, I will rise a monument to my supremacy, a God King mountain that will serve as the pinnacle of my power, for it will go on to stand as the testament to our conquest and a warning to any fool who dares to try and oppose my rule. For this very mountain will not only serve as being the place where my throne lies, but it will also become a place of my domain, Raijin continues, for it will become both my fortress and battlefield, as from this very point onwards, I will go on to rule with absolute authority, as there will be no force in the multiverse that will ever dare to oppose my rule. For on this very mountain I will place upon you all my commands, for if anyone is to dare and try to challenge my power, Raijin continues, they will only go on to be met with destruction on the very top of this rock, as I do not intend for anyone to go and reach me, no matter how hard they all try to go and do so. And now to go and take my rightful place at the throne as the new king of the multiverse. Yes, and so then let us give praise unto our ultimate ruler of the multiverse, all four Dark Masters then went on to quickly shout by responding, and king of all creation throughout the cosmos, as we hereby give praise and hail the one true God among them all, in giving praise to Lord Raijin. For this is now officially it, Dark Ones. Toro then went on to quickly chime in by responding, and so now let us go and make our way back into going and using those Super Dragon Balls once more, for the hour of our rise and the very moment of our reign will now begin without having anyone ever come and standing in our way ever again. And so all hail the mighty and all-powerful Lord of the Underworld and new King of the Multiverse, as Raijin then went on to respond, and now finally, after eons of planning and waiting for my time to at long last be freed from that wretched prison that I was kept inside of, my long-awaited moment of absolute dominance over all life across the multiverse and merging it all into one under the Demon Realm's umbrella is finally here, Raijin says. For today will hereby mark the beginning of the end of the previously established hierarchy of the gods, and the beginning of a new order that'll be set into place with I as its overseer. As with Murno's divine essence and power now fused within my own, Raijin continues, I am no longer just a demon god by nature, but I am now the supreme source of power, the likes of which can never be rivaled. For this very day will be remembered as the turning point of all existence, especially once I go and find and assemble all three of those configuration cubes, in finally having to go and see on what lies beyond the other side, and I will, Raijin says, for there will be no stopping me now, especially as I currently am with the power that I currently wield, and as I now go on to ascend into taking my rightful place as the God King and ruler of all, Raijin continues, it'll only be a matter of time before I bleed the multiverse dry of its mightiest warriors, along with those angels whom couldn't wish to go and hold a candle to where I currently am at the moment, but this too will only only be but the beginning of so much more that awaits for them, because with this newly forged body along with this newly forged power that I wield, I am now unstoppable, Raijin says. For there isn't much that needs to go and be done other than having to learn on what lies beyond on the other side once I go and gather all 3 of those configuration cubes, because now that I have went and plunged the entire multiverse and having the demon realm's very essence affect its laws and having to further amplify the power of my demons throughout any of the universes they go and decide to enter into, for those who stood to oppose them will not find peace in the wake of their coming destruction, Raijin continues, because now that I have made my presence known to every living creature throughout the cosmos, I have hereby taken my rightful place in now serving as their one and only true leader. As at long last, my dream of multiversal conquest has finally now been realized, to which it was only back down below as Kibi was then shown having to drop on down to his knees in complete disbelief was when Kibi went on to then quickly respond, "What have we done? For how could we have been so blind to see the truth behind what was really at stake here? For I knew that something wasn't right, but I didn't think that it would ever go and end up being anything like this. For I never would have expected for the outcome to go and be as dire as it is right now," Kibi continues. "For what a terrifyingly monstrous power. How could I have been so wrong to go and believe that what we had been fighting for was for the greater good?" Kibi questions. "For Goku was right, but now what could we go and do? For how could we ever go and try to hope to go and compete against a power like that?" Which it was only within that very moment then when having to go back to Raijin as Raijin was then shown having to take his place and sitting on his throne was when Raijin then went on to quickly respond, "And with my Dark Masters and Elite Demons having to wait patiently enough, with my power and status now officially solidified as being number 1 above all others, I hereby issue the final command onto you all, and that is to go and carry out my will and execute a mass extinction of all life who oppose my rule. And so now go and wipe out every warrior, every deity, and every insect that you have located throughout the multiverse, as I hereby order for you to go and put an end to their miserable attempts of resistance here against me," Raijin says. "Leave no trace of their so-called strength behind and do what must be done, for if they cannot be turned to go and join our ranks otherwise, for I will in the meantime during this go and seek out and having to go and locate the 3 missing configuration cubes so that the final phases of my plan can at long last be completed, as I will hereby not only go on to learn about the truth of if there is something more that goes and lies beyond this multiverse for me to seize, but if in fact there is, then I will go and do what I must to ensure my position across all worlds which go beyond this one as its one and only true supreme God King. And to do this thanks to Murno's essence and having to now feed me with the information that I've been seeking this entire time, I will go and start with the one whom I already know that possesses the first of these 3 configuration cubes, for he shouldn't be too hard to find. However, why go and waste my time in having to go to him when I could simply go and have him come here to me instead, Raijin continues, because now that I know that he is one of its holders, extracting the first of the 3 cubes will be child's play. For now that the hour of my reign has finally been ushered across the multiverse, it is time for us to go and make our presence known in finishing my plans once and for all. Now wait a second there, Zalama, are you seeing as to what I'm seeing that is taking place up there above us? For the multiverse itself, as it would only appear as though something has happened, because if I had to go and assume, Whis continues, then I would only go as far as to say that something has taken place if it wasn't already caused by the Super Dragon Balls that has now resulted in this multiversal entanglement. But how? With Zalama responding, I'm afraid that it would only now appear as though that the demon realm has seeped into every corner of the multiverse, tainting its essence as the balance that we worked so hard to preserve appears to have now been completely shattered and replaced by this horrifying amalgamation, Zalama continues, as this is no coincidence, for this must be the work of that demon god and his dark masters, as they have somehow gone far beyond what I ever could have expected, and as they have also somehow found a way to go and use their power to go and capture the multiverse and turning it into a vast network of darkness. But we must hurry and go and act swiftly, or else this new dark order will become irreversible, which was why I was able to now go and find them, Zalama says, as I will need for you to go and hurry and use your powers to do as I say and open a portal into the following time chamber, Whis, for I will go on to use the full extent of my power to not only reduce the Super Dragon Balls in size in order to transfer them on over into this dimension, Zalama continues, but as I do, we will need to go on and quickly move them somewhere else, otherwise our location will be fully compromised, with Whis responding, right then, and so I will now go and do what I must, so tell me when and I will go and use my powers to open a single way portal into whichever time chamber you point me within, Zalama. Good, very good, Whis, and so now use your powers and open a single way portal into time chamber room number 767B, Zalama says. And as for the time being, I will need for you to go and hold this position, as I will first need to break the chains that bind them together if I am able to bring them back into this world, as I will only need but a few moments to do this, as Whis went on to then quickly respond, yes, there, I see them, for it also doesn't appear as though those demons are anywhere in sight for them to go and get within our way either, Whis says, and so it looks as though the coast is clear, but even if that is the case and with no one in sight to stop us from having to take them back, shall we go ahead now and break these chains and pull them back now, with Zalama responding, yes, for if they are not being guarded, then that must mean that those dark masters must be preoccupied at the moment, and so we cannot go and afford to waste any more time than to go and make our move now, and so now let us begin by breaking those chains in which bind them, as I will need for you to go and be on standby, Whis, with Whis responding, yes, and just in case we are to go and be attacked while we do this, I will stand by your side in fighting them off if they try, for the laws in which we uphold have already been broken when they went and seized the Omni Kings anyways, as Zalama went on to then continue, thank you, Whis, and now let's go and begin with this, for this will require far more power than I had anticipated, but now then, let the chains of darkness fall upon my command so that I may retrieve my creations without any pushback, for my Super Dragon Balls shall be liberated. Steady now, as I don't want to go and crack the Super Dragon Balls in the process, and so now there, for they are freed, Zalama shouts. Wonderful, and so now whatever you do under any circumstance, do not close that portal until I go and give you the word to do so, Whis, as there, for they are now fully stabilized, and so all that is left for us to go and do, Zalama says, is to now go and pull them out one by one before we are to be detected by anyone in the meantime, as this will only take but a moment, and so now stand by and keep that portal open, Whis. To which it was all the while in the meantime as this was shown happening, as the Dark Masters were then shown having to make their way back inside of the time chamber, was when Toro went on to then quickly respond, good, very good, and now that everything is going exactly to our liking and according to our plan, our next batch of wishes shall be to go and alter our power in raising our battle strength to new heights as we later wait. What's going on? As Gira went on to then also chime in by responding, wait, look up there, is that what I think it is? For it's a portal, but that can't be. But how are they able to go and find the Super Dragon Balls when we made sure to keep them within a very distant location? With Toro responding, no, and with the chains that were shown binding them now broken, they are now free to be tampered with or worse. But where in the world is the Leviathan that was supposed to go and guard them? As Bakara went on to then chime in, well, it may only appear as though he had returned back into the demon realm to go and honor and be within Lord Raijin's presence, but look, the Dragon Balls, they're being taken, as all four Dark Masters then went on to then charge towards the portal, as Toro went on to then shout, hurry now, for we cannot go and afford to have these little worms regain control over those orbs, no matter what the cost may be. Wait, Lord Toro, don't, Jogo went on to then quickly chime in, for we do not have an idea as to who it is that lies on the other side, as whoever this may be has already taken them from our control. No, damn it, no, Toro shouts, for we were so close, and so how could we have allowed allowed for this to go and happen. Well then, what are we to go and do? Gira then went on to quickly question. Should we hurry and go after them, or shall we go and gather our elites and order for them to go and attack instead? As Toro went on to then respond, never mind the formality, for we must go and inform Lord Raijin that the Super Dragon Balls have been located and taken from us immediately, as we cannot afford to go and have our efforts go and be undone by them, and so we must get a move on and go back to him right now. Almost there, and yes, for we have done it, as their corruption has not taken roots, but we are far from safe, Zalama went on to then continue, as this very location is too vulnerable for us to go and keep them here, and so we cannot go and leave them here to be exposed to further threats, for we must go on to make haste and move these Super Dragon Balls immediately, and that since we cannot go and keep them here with us unless we warrant an attack to go and be made, there is only but one other place that I can think of that these demons would never go and dare cross over into, Zalama continues, for their magnitude is far too great and their potential far too dangerous to be allowed to go and be used again the way they were, and because of this, I will hereby go on to transfer these on over into the Omni King's homeworld, for the demon realm fears the Omni King's presence, and because of that, their very essence alone will deter any attempt to go and breach that sacred domain, even if they are all currently bound. And so while that barrier that binds them is still active, placing the Super Dragon Balls inside of that barrier that surrounds the Omni King's palace is the only way to ensure their protection, as while that barrier that covers their world is impenetrable to all but the Omni Kings themselves, Zalama continues, even the most cunning of demons would not go and dare to approach them unless they warrant the Omni Kings in having to go and find them. And so now for the time being, our victory is fragile, as the slightest lapse in vigilance could cost us dearly if they are taken from their homeworld and back inside of another existing time chamber, Zalama continues, which is exactly why I had went and placed them where I did, because it is our only chance to ensure that nothing were to happen to them, with Whis responding, yes, but of course, now I see, so only the Omni Kings themselves would be able to go and
Step forward, and I will send you to your grave.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You have my thanks. Yeah, those brothers are trash, bro. It reminds me of those evil twin brothers from Yu-Gi-Oh! And Maze Labyrinth before they fought Pegasus. I don't know if you watch Yu-Gi-Oh!, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Had some badass twin brothers. Buggers be cheating too.
Flying Nimbus!
Someone save me!
You be careful too, okay?
Welcome. Thank you. Close.
still have to find this A key.
You have my thanks.
We got a level 2, so that's good. I'm gonna go hide over here.
Great. You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Okay, the key's over here. Anytime the raider's destroying the area, best thing to do is just to go hide. Because he'll see you after. Yeah, those twins from Yu-Gi-Oh! They had the Gate Guardian. You need to fuse like 3 monsters. That Gate Guardian had an attack of like 3,700. Shit was OP, but it needed 3 monsters for the fusion. I remember it carefully. I actually have the card. I actually have the card like over on my desk right now. It's in a pile. I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. If I get KO'd. You just call those guys the Yu-Gi-Oh! Twins from now on. It's got a 7 key. Let me see if I can find that for you.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Stop shooting me, cuz. Looking for the Gate Guardian. I found it. Oh, he's gotta be shooting at me and shit.
Flying Nimbus!
Look. Remember that motherfucker from the game? You may tell me pay attention. I have a few Yu-Gi-Oh! Unboxings to do. Trying to get into Pokemon, but that shit's expensive, dog. It's like almost $400 for a booster box. Yu-Gi-Oh! Booster boxes are anywhere from like $100 for like a regular set. Special sets about $230 plus tax, $300.
My savior.
For Pokemon, it's like anywhere from $300 to $500, bro. gonna use my Vegeta gloves.
Oh man.
We should be getting a transfer though.
Flying Nimbus! A super transfer is headed your way. Take it
And some
now.
supplies so we can get our level 3.
I thought I was a goner.
Damn, 2 players down.
Extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Do I save them?
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Damn it, too slow. Oh my gosh, finished already. Take that, pussy. Couldn't see nothing. We almost got him, man. I do have a final dragon change.
Oh man.
Chop that.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Flying Nimbus! Summon Shinron at the altar.
Guys, don't freaking suck.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
He's almost dead. And the time machine's almost at 100.
Oh man.
Before rushing in.
Come forth, Shenron!
Now, state your wish. It shall be done. I will grant your wish.
Don't suck. Machine's almost at 100.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to
We got this, 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 we got this. W team, W team.
What is this?
Send his ass to the Shadow Realm. I summon my Gate Guardian.
And use them if they are to spot them from within, which was exactly why you had went and placed them there when you did. Isn't that right, Zalama? With Zalama responding, assuming that they are okay, but that is precisely what makes this the safest place for the Super Dragon Balls in being for the time remaining, and as only the Omni Kings themselves can go and have access to them, so for the time being, while we are here, we must go and try to hurry in. But then, it was only from within that very moment now, from out of nowhere, before Zalama could even go as far as to finish his sentence, where Zalama's body body was now beginning to go and freeze up on him, as Zalama then went on to continue. Wait a second, what is this sudden and strange feeling that I'm getting? And why do I feel as though my body is being held within its current place like this? Wait, no, could this really be on what I think that it is? For it must be. As it was only within that very moment behind Zalama, as a portal then began to open and having to pull him through, was when Zalama then went on to continue. No, for they have found us. But how are they able to go and sense our presence this quickly? Unless they must have went and followed the trail of the Super Dragon Balls, and seeing that they ended up here. Curse them, as I cannot go and allow for them to gain access to either the Super Dragon Balls or the cube that I possess, as thus I am hereby now left with no other choice than to go and do what I must for the sake of the multiverse's protection, and so I'll need to go and act fast. Whis, I need for you to go and hurry and listen to me, as there is no time for me to explain everything to you, Zalama continues, but I will need for you to go and take this configuration cube and guard it with your life, for this configuration cube is one of 3 pieces of an ancient puzzle, as when assembled together they are but a key that unlocks a gateway into a forbidden realm that only the Omni Kings have access to, and if all 3 configuration cubes are went and gathered together and used by them, then the consequences behind their actions in having to use this will be unimaginable, Zalama continues, as you cannot go and allow for this to happen, and thus whatever happens to me, this cube must not go and fall into the wrong hands, Whis, for you are the only one that I trust to go and keep it safe, as you are the only one who is also capable of protecting it from what it is that's coming, and so now hurry and take it, Zalama shouts, and so do not allow for this to go and fall within the wrong hands while I am being pulled into this unknown dimension, Zalama continues, and if something were to go and happen to me, then remember this, Whis, for the Super Dragon Balls will remain active for only 24 Earth hours after my demise, if I am to be destroyed in the meantime, and so, because of my lifeline link to the Super Dragon Balls, if we fail to go and act quickly, then their powers will fade, and as they will ultimately be turned to stone forever if we fail, and so do not let this be their end, as time is of the essence, and so if anything were to go and happen to me, then I will need for you to go and ensure that nothing happens to the Super Dragon Balls along with this configuration cube, for we must not allow for these demons to go and gain access to either of them, Zalama continues, unless we were to go and war into the end of everything in the multiverse as we know it. And so now go and hurry back into your universe and warn the others, for we must go and find a way to go and shatter through that barrier that binds the Omni Kings, as we must go on and use the Super Dragon Balls to go and undo the damage that has already been done, Whis, and so now go and hurry and take your leave now. Oh no, Lord Zalama, please allow for me to go and help you, as we cannot risk in having to lose you as well, and so please hang on, for I will go and gather the others and will come back for your aid, and so please try to stay with us, with Zalama having to then quickly respond, don't worry about me and just go and do what you must in order to ensure the survival of the multiverse instead, and so now go and hurry before the same thing happens to you. But then, it was only just upon with Zalama now being shown having to arrive on the other side and noticing a significant change having to occur with his body was when Zalama then went on to quickly respond, what is happening to my body? For how has my sheer size and body been reduced down to scale like this, and more importantly is what is this place, this realm, and this energy that I am sensing? For can this actually and truly be the demon realm? To which, as Zalama was then shown having to turn and noticing Raijin sitting at his throne, was when Raijin went on to quickly respond, ah yes, the great creator of the all-powerful and all-infinite Super Dragon Ball Zalama. Oh, how long I've waited to finally come to meet you face to face like this, for you seem to be a bit confused by where you are, Raijin continues, and so allow for me to inform you, for I welcome you into the demon realm, where not only does your so-called divinity and influence mean nothing, but in case you were also just so happen to have been wondering as to why I have brought you here, then the answer is quite simple, for your reputation precedes you as does your audacity to go and take the Super Dragon Balls back within your domain. But tell me something, Zalama, how does it feel to be dragged into the very heart of the demon realm? Does it frighten you to know that not even your divine magic and powers will be enough to save you from what is coming? And as you are very bold, Zalama, I will go and give you that, but boldness alone will not be enough to stand against what I have become, Raijin says. And it's because I know that it was you who had went and taken the Super Dragon Balls back and away from the hands of the Dark Masters. That's not the only thing that I'm currently aware of either, because outside of the Super Dragon Balls themselves, I know that you have one of the 3 ancient configuration cubes, and if you value what remains of your miserable existence, then I would advise for you to go and hand it over to me now, or you will suffer the consequences behind your secretive actions here against me. And while you may go on to pretend to not know what it is that I'm talking about, don't try denying it, for I can feel its connecting energy to you, Raijin says, even though it appears extremely faint. It is still very much undeniable, as the configuration cubes are the key in completing my ultimate plan, and as you are merely just a stepping stone in having me reach the first one. And so now surrender it on over to me now, and perhaps maybe I will go on to grant you the mercy of a swift and painless end if you do. However, if you just so happen to go and choose to resist me, then I will peel the secrets from your very soul piece by piece until I have it. For the 3 configuration cubes are but a piece of a much larger puzzle that will reshape existence itself, and as you will go on to go and give it to me whether you wish to hand over its location on over or not. And so now do not go and confuse yourself while you are here either, because you are not the only entity among the very few who had heard about the rumors of the Omniverse, Zalama. And so now where is the first of the cubes? As a shocked Zalama went on to then address Raijin by responding, It's you, the original ruler and first ever crowned god of the demon realm. But what is this unbelievable power that I am sensing that is coursing through you, Zalama questions? For this isn't something that I have ever felt come from a demon like you before, but how exactly is it that you know about the configuration cubes along with the rumors of the Omniverse's existence? As only the Grand Minister along with the Omni Kings are to be in the know of such secrets, and so what do you intend on doing by gathering these cubes for, Zalama continues? Because if you are looking for me to go and give you the answers as to where the first of these configuration cubes lies, then I cannot go on to tell you, for I do not know on where it is, nor do I know on what has been done with it, Zalama continues. And so now dragging me into the demon realm along with going as far as to reduce my size and stature down to your own won't help you, and that is simply because if you are truly going as far as to look for these cubes, then they are more than likely going to be in Lord Zeno's palace with them and not with me, Zalama says. But now go and tell me as to how you know about their power and what exactly is it that you intend by going and gathering them all together, Zalama questions. And what's even more alarming is what did you go on to do with the rest of the multiverse that has went and thrown them off balance like this, with Raijin responding, "Oh, how I've longed to come face to face with the creator of the Super Dragon Balls, especially during my time before I was locked away by that wretched angel Murno. But now that I have acquired his strength and merged it within my own, what I intend on doing and using those configuration cubes for is none of your concern, Zalama. For my quest to achieve the very heights of supremacy have only now brought me over into crossing paths with you, and since you appear to be playing dumb with me, I just want you to go and understand that I am not someone whom you want to go and try to play games with here either, Zalama, because without the aid of the Grand Minister or either of those Omni Kings, you are now left all alone here with no one that is coming to save you. And while I will go and carry on with the Super Dragon Balls by getting them back myself once we are done here, Raijin continues, first I want for you to go and tell me on where that configuration cube is that you are hiding from me, because I know that you have it, and even though it may not be within your persons at the moment, I can smell its scent that is radiating from your flesh. And so now where is it? As I do not intend to have you waste my time by lying, and so you better start talking, Raijin continues upon being shown having to raise his index finger, as since I'm already starting to go and lose my patience with you and knowing of what it is that you are trying trying to do here, then allow for me to go and give you a reminder of the very power that you are choosing to stand across against here, Zalama. For you are by no means in any position to be asking any questions here, because even though you were able to go and take the Super Dragon Balls away from me, and at least for the time being, it'll only be a matter of time before they are mine again, and with them, I will go on to use them to forge my own set of Super Dragon Balls, one that are outside of your ability to control. And as I will go on to take what I desire, create what I envision, and I will destroy all those who oppose me, Creator. And so now do not go on to assume that lying to me like this will pardon you from my wrath here either, Zalama. Raijin continues upon being shown dragging Zalama's body across the ground. And since I know that you are trying to buy as much time as you can to try and talk your way out of not giving me what I demand from you, I will not tolerate this for much longer, and so let this be but a warning to you, because while I know and understand that you are quite powerful in your own unique ways that allows for you to stand out amongst many of the rest, I also just so happen to know that you are not a fighter, Zalama. And so now do not go and try to push your luck here into pretending to be one, because this itself will not help your cause when you can go and cough up what I want from you instead, so that way we can go and make this far less painful for you. And so enough of these excuses, Zalama, as your pathetic attempts to stall for time only go on to further insult my intelligence. For every second that you waste will only go on to seal your fate even further, so the configuration cube, Zalama, tell me on where it is, or I will go on to tear the answers from your very essence if you don't. As whatever tricks you may go and try, and no matter what lies you attempt to throw my direction, understand that it will not save you. And that is only simply because, unlike how it was before, I will not be so foolish as to allow myself to be stopped like how I was by any of you ever again. So do not make this any worse for yourself than how it already is, and so now I will ask you once again, for now you are starting to annoy me by attempting to play dumb, Zalama. So now where is the configuration cube that I seek, Raijin questions? Because while I know for a fact that Mechi Kabura has one of them who I will soon go and pay a visit to once I am done here, I also just so happen to know for a fact that you house another, and so now you will go and tell me on where it is and hand it over to me right now. And that is simply because if you don't, then I will ensure that you will go on to experience a pain the likes of which you have never experienced in your life before, Zalama. And with the fallen angel's power that is coursing through my veins alongside my own, Raijin continues, you could never hope to go and destroy me even if you tried your very best, so we could either go and do this the easy way, or I could simply go on to make this extremely painful for you if it means giving me what I want, because while the Super Dragon Balls will be collected after the fact, first I want those cubes, and then I will have those Dragon Balls again, and so I will ask you again, and possibly for the very last time that I do, where exactly is it that you are hiding that configuration cube? Because if I can't appear to sense it on you now, then you more than likely had done something with it, and I want to know on what it was that you went and did. With Zalama responding, you are a fool to think that you will go unchallenged throughout this search of yours, and while we may not yet be within a winning position in having us stand against you within the moment, mark my words, demon, for your time is coming, and
Would you care to take part in a little warm-up? We'll see about that.
Guys, let's try to get this W.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies
careful too, okay?
Thank you so much.
Flying Nimbus!
You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
So we have 4 Dragon Balls so far. I got a power key radar, so it's a good chance the radar will come to D. If he doesn't, I'm gonna head to E. Nice if someone was setting this key. But let me put some work on it.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now.
No one's setting this A or E key. Okay, someone's setting the A key.
Ally down.
Anyone on the E key? Yeah, we have someone on the E
Watch
key.
out for enemies.
I think that guy's setting that B key, so once the time machine comes, I'm gonna go right on it. Should summon right over here. Come on,
Access
Eric.
the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Fortunately, he got to level 3, which just sucks.
Somebody's down. Exercise
Flying
extreme
Nimbus!
caution if you're going to help them.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh man.
Let's save this guy.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Gotta make him go in the cave.
Gotta get the hell out of here!
Ah, we're screwed.
Get up!
Bastard, somebody's down.
Yeah,
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
that's unfortunate.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
If we just planted that key, no, if that guy didn't die while he was level 2, we would have had this in the bag, bro.
Watch out for enemies.
Should have saved the level 3. Oh, good. Appreciate it, though.
I owe you one.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Flying Nimbus! Holy hell.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the
You could
altar.
sell Juniors right at the supplies.
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Stay calm.
Come on, Kyle. You see me pressing L1 or R1. Shit, working, man.
Now, state your wish. It shall be done. I will grant your wish.
Startup system's destroyed. Escape time almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Guys just ran away now.
I'm sending
Oh,
you a
come
time
on.
machine. Use it to get out of there. An ally.
We almost got it, man.